What is happening, you she they bisexuals? What's up? What's up? We're back to our regular slop after becoming the side plot in the endless in fucking the war without end that is Ethan Hassan Destiny. Ethan Hassan iDubbbz Destiny Glupshino Olympics. EHD, don't you EHD me, Greg. You put that EHD away, dude. I saw chat, you guys aren't gonna believe this. You guys aren't gonna fucking believe what I saw just before shoot. You Hassan fan. I've never watched him. That was the listen. Today was the most I've ever watched Hassan in my entire life. Okay, let me be clear. Let me be clear. And then I vanish. And then I like it's just a chair. That'd be a really funny bit if I had that planned, but that wasn't. Okay, so I knew this was going to happen, and I sent this in the Discord server this morning. Which, if you're not part of the community, you should join it. 18 plus, obviously, but you know, come on by. Um, I said in the Discord, in our drama channel, that like I'm pretty sure that link doesn't work, but you know, whatever. I said I was like I was annoyed that it took me a while. I took the weekend off. I usually stream on Saturdays, but I was really frustrated, right? And so you know, I took my mother and my brother to a beautiful Puerto Rican Caribbean brunch for Mother's Day. We were busy on Mother's Day, so we didn't do it. Um, and so we went to go do that. I got rid of Discord on my phone because I didn't want because people send me everything, and that's nothing against the ops, but I need to take a break sometimes, right? And you know, I did that on Saturday, and then Sunday I played D&D, and then I watched a lot of Buffy with Hal because we're watching the series right now. And I basically didn't interact with like work stuff at all, which is really rare for me because even though it's like a YouTuber, you want to do stuff like that. Um, and it took me a while I almost had to come to terms with it, right? Like being really frank. Because when you make a thing, there's this concept called death of the author, where you put a thing out into the world and then people react and experience that thing you made in a way, and it might not be your intended way, right? I was very clear with my intentions, still am. But, you know, after a certain point, the zeitgeist picked it up and it was like out of my hands. Like, so regardless of what I said, it didn't matter. It didn't matter what I said. And dims the brakes. Don't get me wrong, I have kept up with Cameron, and I'll bring this around to Ethan Hassan Destiny in a moment, right? I have kept up with Cameron. There has been some interesting developments. Nothing I'm going to pull the trigger on now, but if he wants to go for round 2, Daddy's ready. So I don't think he's a liar and a weasel, but I think I think in his heart of hearts, I think he's like really pained about this, right? And so there's that. But yeah, so the point of the matter is that I knew this was going to happen. I was ready for it. Little outrageous to see it come from some people like Papa Gut, but I get it. Maybe the visceral fat has gone to his head. I don't know. But I get sent Hassan today reacting to my interview with Cameron where he originally admitted to boinking. And it has my Warframe gameplay in the background as Hassan is reacting with this chat, shouting out all these Omega lols. And just to be clear, that was literally the most I've ever watched Hassan in my life. Not escaping the Hassan simp allegations. Yeah, that was the most I've ever watched him in my life. Unironically, okay? And I think it was very uncharitable, and I'll say this, I think it was uncharitable that he was like, oh, of course Ethan would promote this guy, blah, blah, blah. Like Ethan knew. The problem is that nobody listened to me a year ago, and nobody knew. My problem is that nobody fucking listened to me when I said this the first time. Okay, and my problem is that the motherfucker is a liar, right? But whatever. The die has been cast. Everybody's already taking whatever they want from the video, because it's team sports, and that is politics. Is team sports, right? So nobody's willing to, you know, talk Like actually talk. They want to talk past each other, right? But yeah, them's the breaks. I thought it was really funny. I didn't know that I would be a, a small footnote in the Ethan Hassan Destiny cinematic universe, right? He didn't react. The clip going around is calling Cam a pedophile, and at this point, we can't control them saying that no matter what we say. Yeah, yeah. Well, the clip he played, because I watched a little bit of it. The clip he played was when I'm playing Warframe, it's the so you had sex with her? I think my answer is choosing not to answer. And I was like, so that's a yes? That's the clip. That's one of the clips, and then the other one is the one that I put 40K gameplay over, and it's Cam and Jelly, and they're talking about their encounter. But yeah, I just want to say that I said this a year ago. Okay. It's not that no one listened, it's that no one knows who Cameron F305 is. Well, you know what's great? No, here's the thing. Here's how I know that nobody in commentary listened, right? Because the Cabal used to be active, right? The Cabal's dead, okay? The Polycule replaced it. The Cabal was very active during that time that I was producing that video. And I would ask people, I even asked the great Nicholas Diorio for advice at that time. Right. Nobody cared. Unironically, nobody cared. I don't expect other people to care about my weird autistic fixation for that specific story. But I did talk about it with other creators a year ago, and none of them cared then, which is fine. And they don't need to care. But you know, that's what it was, right? Because I very distinctly remember having a conversation with a friend at the time a year ago, because I had spent 5 months of my life on this video, by far the biggest thing I had ever done, and it did really poorly. It still hasn't done poorly. I don't think I'll ever make the amount of money back that was required, right? For the amount of work I put in. But none of my peers cared, which is fine. But I do get the glory of saying, I told you all should have listened to me a year ago. So speaking of money, chat. That's what we call a great segue. Can we get a pog for the great segue right there? That's really good. You know, the segue really holds up when you actually go out of your way to talk about how good the segue is. Okay, so dude, I've talked about this before. YouTubers have a money. Here's why YouTubing is hard as a full-time job, right? So you guys have jobs, right? Assumedly you have jobs. That's a joke. None of you have jobs. Speaking of money, buy Diesel's coffee. Very, very based. Very base. Yes, I am employed. Diesel, I'm at my job right now. So you guys, so sometimes you get paid bi-weekly, right? Sometimes you get paid weekly, right? And you exchange your time for money, right? Because you do labor, right? And with that labor, you get money, right? Or you have a salary where you have a set amount of hours and then it equates to how much time, blah, 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 right? Money, numbers, right? I get paid monthly. What do you do for a living? Because I think we have a lot in common. Now, I don't know. So those of you that get paid bi-weekly, is it not really frustrating, right? Military, yeah. You guys don't do this for the love of the content and the fans. I like streaming. I'll circle back around to that, Nim, because that's actually a really interesting point, and I'll tie it all into everything else, right? So when you get paid bi-weekly, the first week you get paid, you're like, damn, I got money. The poors only get paid bi-weekly. I get paid every day. Chris, shut up. Shut up. Mr. Okay, Chris over here is like a fucking, I don't know, used car salesman of a person, okay? If there's anybody in my life that's like Better Call Saul, okay, it's Chris the Dark. But, you know, the thing is, right? So you get paid bi-weekly, and then you're like, damn, I got money the first week and no money the second week, right? So first week, you're like, damn, filet mignon. Second week, ice soup, all right? So YouTubers get paid every 28 to 30 days, right? That's what the payment scheme on YouTube is like, right? Someone clip out FPS calling me Saul. You are the most like Saul Goodman of the people I know, like probably. Like you just are. Right? But it's like YouTubers get paid every 30 days. Every 30 days, right? And it is unironically the worst part of the job. For a few reasons. It requires you being a really good money manager, right? And when you do the math, I'd be making like below minimum wage for a lot of it. And then for most of it, it was just, the money was bad. It was always bad, okay? There used to be a point in time, because I've been doing this so long, there was a point in time where if you had over 100,000 subscribers, you could eke out a living. The apocalypse happened, and then you can't eke out a living at all at 100K unless you do very particular types of content. To add on to that, after that, as more people get into the business, the like value of an ad view goes down, right? So like I know this sounds like the stock market adage, like the best time to invest was 10 years ago or something.
Can't believe a streamer called me unemployed. SMH.
You know, I have the glory of knowing that you're not unemployed. Right? So YouTubers are famous, they're not rich, right? I don't know how I can say that makes sense, but that's what it is, right? FPS is pro Xanderhall. No, well, Xanderhall has supreme Arrested Development, to be clear. And needs to put the fries in the bag to grow as a person. But right? But that's basically like the gist of it, right? Is that when you do YouTube, you need to be really good at managing your income. You need to realize that income isn't steady. And it's like it's just not feasible for most people at all. So when I was doing YouTube full time and I was focusing mainly on my main channel, right, which is FPS Diesel, I would be trying to, at my peak, I was doing a video a day, okay? And video a day is actually the most miserable shit ever. It actually causes you to have nothing to do in your life except YouTube. But it's actually how you get really successful really quickly. Or if you do a video a week, if you maybe get more views, you'll be good, but not really, right? And I was doing something like a video or 2 videos a week, and it was rough. I was working way more hours for the same amount of money I make streaming. It like the work-life balance was really bad. I couldn't manage it. I was constantly on edge. I was constantly feeling this need to perform. It was really, really mentally unhealthy. And then I started meeting other commentary channels in the genre, and I switched to streaming 2 years ago now. And that was the best decision I ever made. Because I make the same amount that I did when I did YouTube full time, but I work less, which is the most important, which leaves me time to do other things such as socialize, not kill myself. Right, and it made it much more. Why are you needing to perform? I thought you stopped doing strip shows. I mean, in this economy, I might go back. Genuine question: how do you file taxes correctly when income is kind of unpredictable? So what you can do is you could do two things, right? And this is why it's so difficult to do this full time. Is you either do estimates quarterly. So you just pay like a certain amount and then whatever you pay over you get back. Or you just pay it all at once, right? And paying it all at once, I don't know if you guys have ever paid all your taxes at once, but it actually might, I don't know what political affiliation it'll turn you into, but it'll actually make you a very angry person. I used to do a video a week as soon as Dead Space became my niche, but the trouble was covering the lore. Is there's only so far you can push it before running out of ideas. Hoping to get back to one a week. So it was like the genre of commentary I came from. I could have easily done like slop videos a week, but I always liked making documentaries. I always had like a fucking artistic lens to me. So I liked doing video essays. Like I like doing big things like that. But it doesn't, you don't, I have only, I can tell you this, right? And the only reason I feel comfortable telling you this is because one, I have a job, and two, this helps supplement the main channel. But everything I've put out on the main channel in the last 2 years has lost me money. I haven't made back a single dime on any of that. There was a long period of time where I wasn't making any money. Then you do slop Reddit readings videos for a while. So I didn't do them on my channel. I did them on friends' channels. And then I would just do slop commentary on my channel. What is this? Oh my god. That was what the fuck? Hold on. Daddy's ready. Oh my god. Getting boxed into a niche always... No, so you need to become part of a niche to become successful on YouTube. But yeah, it's really... You can't... If you're under 1 million subscribers, probably don't do YouTube full time. I don't... Maybe at 500K, I know guys at 500K that are paying for like $4,000 a month apartments, right? I know that there are guys at that size that make a living, but I don't think you can save for retirement, buy a home, and like do all the normal shit, right? So don't pull a Lyrics. No, Lyrics made a good decision. Switching to music was probably a good decision. I think there's a bit more upward momentum there, as long as he has something to provide to the community, right? But it's difficult to maintain this full time and make videos that are dropping out of school. Yeah, he shouldn't have dropped out of school. Yeah, that was a really bad decision. I gotta tell you. I went to art school though, so maybe I'm not the best person to ask, right? I always think like you can always do other kinds of content, but it's very easy to just like you're stuck on this treadmill and now you got to keep doing it. Like, don't get me wrong, I like streaming. I enjoy this a lot more. It's a lot healthier for me. I do want to make other content. I literally just don't have time because I filled it up with other stuff. Or like I want to practice my other artistic skills. Like I'm a photographer, or you know, I do videography. Like we just did I just did the product photography. I'll even pull it up for you guys since we're not. The point is that you should have other things to make money. I know it seems really awful, but the fact that you just have to have other income streams now. That's just the reality
It
of
can be like
life
that
now.
for any creative medium. Creating feels like it must be done as much as possible, and then we get burnout and are confused as to why.
Yeah, that's definitely it. It's like you need to find like some way to create for money and then a way to create for yourself. And YouTubers really struggle to find that. Yeah, I just did the product photography for a tea strainer. Look at my little, I have a doggy cup. My doggy cup. As a teacher, you're morally obligated to encourage education. No, there's definitely really bad aspects to education. Okay, that are a problem. All right, there you go. Yeah, it's like I can tell you right now, at least for the visual arts, and by visual arts I mean like, well, visual arts, everything, pretty much everything that's like you either pick up a pencil or pick up a camera, anywhere in between those two, it's a really bad time in the industry. I know I can speak for the film industry. We're down like something like 20% in shoots that happen here. The tariffs were pretty bad. They're on like pause for now, but it's really not. It's very hard to make a career in the creatives. I know people who do it. I gotta be honest, I don't have an answer for it. You know, I don't have an answer for it. There are ways to make more money, but there's a lot of hurdles. Unironically, when it comes to making a channel marketable outside of YouTube, what's your best advice? No memes this time. It really, okay, so
Diesel, I went to an anime convention, ACEN, and saw Loot Goblin art and kept thinking of you. Am I cooked?
well, you should have been thinking of Gooning, not of me, but I guess, you know, I'm very blessed to have taken up that space in your mind. But no, that was actually a really good question. So, yeah, so it took me a while. I don't pitch my channel, my main channel, FPS Diesel, on the content I make. I pitch it based on the size, right? So like the success of a YouTube channel is pretty easily replicable. Like the way to do it is known. Like we know how to do it now. So like you can transfer that skill into like the business world, and you can be like, I have a channel with this many subscribers. I can make your business grow on social media. I have this many views, right? So you take out the metrics and the big numbers, and then people look at that as a mark of success, and then that's how you can parlay that into a job, right? So it's like those numbers are pretty impressive, right? Even for a middling channel, like this channel has probably a lot of watch hours, right? So it's really about pitching it as like like part of a business venture, right? And seeing how it, like the marketing of it, right? Because people are looking for people who know how to make and run YouTube channels, right? So when we look at this is one of them that we'll be looking at tonight for this topic, but it came up. Is it the guys who run Morning Brew? Fuck. There's what's his face?
Have you ever been watching a movie when this
Good
happens?
Work. Good Work is a channel that started because of Morning Brew. So that newsletter that does business news, they got a guy, and it's like two guys, right? It's a brothers team, right? So Dan Tooney's the one on camera. There's another Tooney who helps with the writing and the filming, and they're like, listen, bring us on to do a video aspect for Morning Brew, and you can pay us, right? So that's what happened with them and how they ended up working with Morning Brew, from what I'm able to see, right? But like this channel is a property of Morning Brew, right? So that's like an example of that, right? Where it's just like a niche specific topic and then they parlay that into like a business. But yeah, let's talk about guys who didn't make it a business. So you know what's really weird? I was looking at this guy, and I'll unironically, this is very weird. I've never seen this person before. There was a video about cucks, and I just gotta say, white guy with beard doing video on the word cuck is an instant I know exactly what you are kind of thing. But yeah, let's just get into it. There is other stuff here that I have on about this guy, but I figured we'll just watch the video first. Actually, no, this is actually really important to know, right? So this is a video. This Innuendo Studios was kickstarted. Okay, this guy's channel was kickstarted, right? He does fucking BreadTube video essays, and he got 201 backers to give 10 grand to him to start this project. And that is really outrageous. I've never heard of somebody doing this before. Like at all. This is a really weird business model for a YouTube channel. So I before stream, I was reading through this. It's like, so earlier this summer, I made a video essay about internet fame. This is Phil Fish. He turned 10K into 90K in debt.
This is Phil Fish.
So this was 10 years ago, and he made 1 million views on this 10 years ago. Which, 10 years ago, 11 years ago, this is an interesting thing to happen, right? Like, this is a lot of views. These days, not to sound like I'm a big dick Andy, and I'm not a big dick Andy, but that's not a lot of views these days, unironically. But he parlayed this into a channel based on that, from what I'm able to see. What I want to do is carve enough time out of my freelancing to make more like it. Well, not just like it, maybe with an art style that doesn't make me wince. Maybe with my lip smacks edited out in a sound mix. Maybe with some occasional music or animation. Maybe with me appearing on camera so my performance isn't so stilted. Okay, so 2 things, and here's why with the hindsight of knowing how YouTube works now and talking to many, 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 many successful people, including plenty of millionaire YouTubers, here's why this is bad, right? People who want perfect videos don't want to finish videos. Like, for example, and I put out that video on Cameron, and there were things I could have done to make that a better experience. And I've talked about that before on prior streams, right? But I wanted to finish the video, so I just called the video done. I think we all know what the adage is, right? Perfect is the enemy of done, okay? And this is that. So lip smacking, of course, edited it out. You might have just heard that I smacked my lips, so that would be good. But I don't think a lot of people notice it, right? YouTube is not Netflix. They don't want that. Whatever your art style is will be more annoying than just putting out the video. Gotta be honest. That is just, it is what it is. And this guy comes from I'm gonna guess a commercial freelancing background. So that's, I honestly gotta admit, I thought this was just gonna be Diesel talks and makes fun of some fucking stupid leftist breadtuber fuck. But it turns out that I'm being the educational Andy tonight, but whatever. But in any case, more videos. I have a bunch of topics I've been itching to tackle, potentially including, but not limited to. Yeah, I have the website. I'll put that up in a sec. The backlash against people like Anita Sarkeesian as a distinct from the too famous form of backlash. Well, considering Anita Sarkeesian also didn't make good on her Kickstarter, I'd guess that isn't that good. The difficulties into defining terms like indie, game, and art. Okay.
Perfect is the enemy of done. That reminds me of Richard Williams with The Thief and the Cobbler's production.
Yeah, wasn't that a notoriously long production on that? Like a very long. And then it ended up not paying off as a result. Deep dive, a whole lot of talking about the interactive narrative, deep dives into individual games. Yeah, getting massive pseudo-intellectual vibes from this channel. It took 30 years, Jesus. Deep dives into individual games because I have a lot of thoughts on the Broken Age and Kenny from The Walking Dead. May occasionally dip into TVs, movies, or politics. Let's try not to limit ourselves. Can you lend me 5? Haven't you given me 5 Canadian over this stream, Lunar? Isn't that just like a cyclical economy? That really says a lot about society. Since these videos may vary, update on Struthless. He has since privated his video, edited a recent community post where he states he doesn't want his GoFundMe endeavor to spread and get financially attacked. We'll go over Struthless in a second because I don't think I've watched his content before, so I have thoughts, but we'll get there. I'm Ian. I'm 30 years old. I'm currently a part-time student at Massachusetts College of Art and Design. Been working as a freelancer, either full-time or on the side for about 7 years now. Here's some of the work I've done. Audio editing on this podcast. Sure, let's click on it. Okay, that's not really presenting itself as super great. Voice acting on this radio spot. Did this guy change careers? And that's not active. Writing and community management on this magazine. What would this guy? Oh my god, this is rough. I know that this is his CV, guys. This is his CV. Something that's really telling too is that if you don't work and only do commentary, you become divorced from a reality of the average person. Yeah, that's it's on his video description. Is it on this recent one? My resume. Producer with 20 years of experience dating back to my first gig editing DVD bonus features for a post-feminist documentary on Barbie. Oof. Okay. Oh boy, I'm gonna fucking... Am I really gonna... I am... Okay. Is a corn ad on one? Okay, I won't click the rest of them. This is rough. What has this guy done on his career? This guy's resume is really empty for his age. This is really empty. What happened? Why is his resume so empty at this age? I am not joking here. Is there something missing? Is this like a second career? Because he's old enough that it sounds like he pivoted. Okay, let me read through this and I'm gonna actually... So, okay, part of my job... This is not a joke. Part of my job as an educator in the not-for-profit sector is work placement for the youth that might not get access to the tools of people who would be able to get resume reviews, right? So the idea is that we give them work experience, we become their experience on a resume, and then businesses will call me and be like, yes, I represent so-and-so, the student is very good, blah, 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 you should hire them, right? So I will go through the fine-tooth comb and I will look at these things. So first of all, right off the bat, the legibility on this resume is really fucking terrible. Before I even read a single thing on here, you work in the media industry, get a headshot. Okay? Get a headshot. This is funny. I'm surprised I didn't cover this guy earlier. Holy shit, this is bad. Get a headshot. Replace this with the headshot up here, Ian. Unironically, you should have one. 2, let's make this font black. Get a different template. This isn't good. It's actually really bad. This is really bad. Fuck. It's bad. Producer with 20 years of experience dating back to my first gig editing DVD bonus features for a post-feminist documentary on Barbie. Proficient in Adobe Premiere, Adobe Animate, Final Cut Pro, Audacity, OBS, Google Services, WordPress. And okay, so this whole part about, and I could probably kludge some HTML if you told me I had to. Don't do that. Don't do that, okay? So under your profile, explain who you are, where you came from, what your education is, okay? And then let's make a separate paragraph, and then we're going to start that next paragraph. I'm actually going to remake your resume.
I swear I made better resumes in high school.
I've made better resumes in my life. I will actually make this resume better. Right now. I will do that right now. Diesel resume review stream. So, this is really great resume templates on Google Docs. I'm not joking. But we'll start. I just picked one at random. Okay. So, okay, all right. So, here we go. Diesel resume review. All right, so we'll start off by copying his name. Ian Danskin. Okay, so resume, Ian Danskin. Right? Circulum vitae pro magnum what is this? Is this his education? Is this an educational thing at the top here? Because everybody who's employing him is gonna go, I don't know what the fuck that is. So what you're gonna do is not include that, but for the sake of consistency, let's replace this fake Latin, this lorem ipsum, with your also fake Latin. Okay. I don't know if it's just my industry, but most resumes I've seen are just a list where you went to school, where you worked, and what skills you have. No pros or short descriptions. That is exactly how it should be most of the time, right? In the arts industry, you can be a little bit more. That's a Latin for CV. You don't know what a CV. I didn't know. I thought CV was like cover letter or something. I didn't know it stood for that. I just Googled it. Okay. You know what? Here's what we do. We don't include this. Don't include that. We don't need that. All right. That's not important. Curriculum V8. Yeah. Okay. So let me read through the rest of this profile, and then we'll add it to the resume. Okay. Fierce commitment to social justice with politics as left as situations will allow. Ooh, boy. This is not gonna get you jobs. This is not gonna get you jobs. So I would say, say that you're passionate about social justice, and then that's it. Really, I think we could think about these things are for you personally. So when you go apply to jobs that align with your politics, right? That's what I would say. Flexible, improvisational, good with, this is horrible. I hate this spacing. This is really annoying me. Good with creative solutions and constructive feedback. Deep knowledge and Oh boy. Oh boy, you're too old to be writing a resume like this. Deep knowledge and deeper curiosity about education, art, and grassroots organizing. Great with words, works well to deadlines. Great with words followed by works well to deadlines is rough, buddy. Oh boy. Oh my god. Okay, by the way, this guy had 500,000 subscribers and squandered every single little bit of money he had. If you don't think you can make it on YouTube, I got different words for you, buddy. Oh, respectful to coworkers and comrades, speaks a little Spanish. Okay, if you speak a little Spanish, you don't speak Spanish. So we don't include that. Oh, has been first aid and CPR certified in the past, willing to renew if useful. Don't put that on your resume unless it's active. If you really are passionate about being first aid and CPR certified, get recertified yourself. It's like $20.
Paragraphs instead of bullet points equals trash can.
I agree. I agree. Always happy to be part of a team. You say teamwork. You unironically say teamwork oriented like 3 fucking times on here. Okay. I really think you should parse down on the language. This is this is real advice. Okay. Unironically take out your fucking notebooks class. Cause class is in session. Okay. But okay. Oh, why would he post his resume anyway? I guess he needs a job. Producer dating back with 20 years experience, right? So, producer with 20 years experience, dating back to my first gig editing. So, here's the thing. If you work in the film industry, list down your productions that you worked on and what role you had. Okay? So, don't say it like that. Right, so we want profile. Shit. Maybe so. Let's do like we'll do like a 1-page resume, right? So we'll say he's a producer, producer with 20 years of experience in the film industry, right? Right. So boom. Okay. 20 years of experience in the film industry, right? Wow. Wow, that's pretty fucking bad. I thought film industry resumes were just sharing your IMDb page. Yeah, actually, unironically. Yeah. Let's see. Editing DVD, let's see. So, post-feminist Barbie documentary, right? So that's the only part that's actually necessary there. And is there a date on that job?
This resume sounds like those essays you do in high school English class.
This actually is probably I have actually okay.
Requirement.
I've always, you know how I talk about how the literacy rates are bad? This is very bad for your age. This is like par high school. Okay, this is like an 17-year-old's resume. Okay, that's how bad this is. I'm not joking. So if we're like what, 2011, 2020 after school educator, in the first year of service at AmeriCorps with 2 semesters running a self-design pro boys and clubs. Blah, blah, blah. Finally, an in-home tutor with Club Z, worked exclusively with low-income children, training them into play-based learning. Okay. Okay. Lead companion. Do you have any film experience? Right? So like this reads like somebody who wants to work in the film industry. but doesn't have much experience. I'm gonna go out on a limb, and we'll just say company fucking Barbie feminist documentary. It should be most recent. Hold on. Most recent job should be at the top, chat. Always put your most recent job at the top. Barbie post-feminist documentary. Remote. What job is he going after? The resume should be different if he wants to be doing video editing versus filming, for example. Yeah, but if you're a newbie to the film industry, just list all your jobs in the film industry on it, right? Bonus feature editor, right? And we could say fucking I don't know, like July 2011. How long would it take to edit an entire documentary's bonus features? Fuck. Maybe like November, give or take. November 2011, right? That's being very generous, by the way. I don't think it was 2011. And then boom. Hold on. Let me fix that. I can't believe I'm doing this right now. I'm unironically doing this just to show you how bad this is. I'll just write it out. Edited bonus features for documentary. Bonus features for documentary. Collaborated with filmmaker on post production pipeline, right? Unironically, okay. You only really want to put your last 3 jobs on there if they were in your industry, but I don't know the film industry. Unironically, your IMDb page will usually cover it all. But if you don't have anything, you know, we're just trying to fill it in. We're just trying to fill it in. We can start to be a little bit more, you know, we could be a little bit more choosy later, okay? Collaborated with filmmaker on post-production pipeline. Followed ADs, assistant directors, right? So we use our lingo. Followed ADs vision for BTS content. Okay? Boom. That's it. That's what you did. Your bonus. Boom. Okay? Ooh, Jesus Christ. So all the rest of this, I'm not even gonna worry about for now. After school educator at various is quite funny. I'm just gonna sure. You probably worked for program curriculum for students in grade 5 during a year of service with AmeriCorps. So you worked with AmeriCorps. So why does it say various? Oh, well, okay. It's with a bunch of different businesses. Just change this to one thing or don't include it. I'm gonna say we're gonna not include this.
Oh, no doubt he's using the exact same resume from when he just got out of school and just made little updates to the Word file over time.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. Yeah. Wow, this is really fucking bad. This is really bad for your age. Do you not have like a parent to go over this? Do you have like a working professional in your life that you could turn to? Wow. Wow. Served as an on-site caretaker for an elderly man with severe autism. Okay, so we're gonna change this. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna make you sound like you're more professional than you are. Okay, I'm gonna make you sound better. After school educator, and then we'll say that you worked with Boys and Girls Club of Providence. So that's Rhode Island. So we'll say the Boys and Girls Club. Oh wait. So this is Boys and Girls Club, and this is after school DRR. Yeah, you guys must be loving this right now. People are like, "Oh my god, I love coming to Diesel for his fucking hot takes," and then it's just me sitting here swearing as I read an adult's resume. After school educator, and then we'll italicize that, and then we'll say that this is Providence. We'll just leave it Providence RI. Aside from Ian Foot, I've never seen any YouTuber unironically have a resume linked in the description of their video. I don't know. I've never seen something like this in my entire life. Diesel, can you review my resume? I think I'll start charging you motherfuckers if you want a resume review. This is the sign to redo a resume. We'll just say 2011, right? We'll just do years. It was a 9 to 2011, okay? Right? You worked here from 29 to 2011. And then programmed curriculum for students grades 5 to K. There we go. So we could go boom. Boom. This is what an employer wants, okay? I know this is less flashy, but this is better. Let's see. In-home tutor with low-income children, with low-income families, okay? In-home tutor with low-income families, right? Boom. This shows that you care about social justice, by the way, okay? Let's see. Play-based and training in play-based learning training, that's like a skill. But this is wildly bad. Is this a new series? Could you imagine? Oh my god. Okay, so I think that's important. That's fine. I think we can leave that like that. Just the two little thoughts. Yeah. Lead companion, crocheted mountain foundation, served as an on-site caretaker for an elderly man. No. Served as an on-site caretaker. End stop. Full stop. Provided meals for provided services for clients. Okay. Served as an on-site caretaker. Okay, hold on. Let me crocheted mountain foundation. 500k subs. He's cooked. Okay, we'll bold that. Let's bold that. Location is not listed, but we'll just say RI for Rhode Island. Okay. Job title. Fucking caretaker. We'll say caretaker. Caretaker. So in the film industry, they don't even care if you have experience. What they want to see is that you'll just do the work and fucking show up, okay? Like that's unironically what gets you on most film sets. 2011 to 2014. Okay. Let's see. Provided care for clients, right? So we don't need to give details. I am really doing this out of spite. I'm not even joking. Provided on-site care for clients, right? That makes you sound more professional. You can, this isn't a fib. This is like, we're extrapolating what the job is. Okay. Washed his clothes. Let's see. Served as legal liaison, right? By the way, you can get what's called an employment and careers counselor to help you with your resume like this. Yeah, there are actually places that'll do this for free. You know, help you get on your feet, you know? Served as legal liaison for, I would specify elderly and disabled. For elderly and disabled population. Served as legal liaison for clients. Let's see what else. Provided. We'll say washed his clothes, assisted with bathing and hygiene. This sounds like he got certified as like a caretaker for somebody he personally knew. Am I wrong in that? This sounds like one of those jobs because you can actually get paid to take care of your sick family. I've heard of that before. So that's what that sounds like. So I'm gonna guess whoever this elderly man was passed in 2014. Yeah, we're just gonna. You didn't really give me much to go on there. Cooked his meals. Yes. Yeah, something about experience in sanitation areas. Yeah. Sanitize. No. Maintained cleanliness. Can you compare it to my totally real resume though? Totally not just the ship post. This is unironically still better. This is unironically still better, Cat. Right? Because this is bullet points, which is really important. Sugar baby at your mom's house, your city. From the dawn of time till 2018. Yeah, from the dawn of 2018 till present. Okay. Yeah, PhD in shit posting at Kai Cenat Streamer University. Oof. I don't, okay, maintain cleanliness in, there's a fucking fly in here. Go away. Go fuck off. I left my door open today. That was a mistake. Fuck, my fly swatter's over there. I need to go get it later. Okay, shit. Provide maintained cleanliness in that resume is legit. Maintained cleanliness in facilities. There we go. Terrible spelling mistakes, Diesel. Where have I made a terrible spelling mistake? Hold on. I turned on my Grammarly. That's how you know I'm serious. There we go. In home, low income. There we go. Wow, this is bad. This is bad. I'm really trying to polish a turd here. Holy shit. All right. So we'll add one more content creator. Okay. Oof. This is created a YouTube channel and took it from a hobby to side hustle to full-time job. We don't want this. Stop this. I can't even begin to tell you how fucking bad this is written. I'm going to get a fly swatter if I don't kill that thing soon. Unless it just fucking dies itself, okay? Let's see. Save for the occasional... Oh my god, this is fucking terrible. Why are you doing this to yourself? You know you have free will, right? Yeah, but like something in my soul makes me want to do this. Like I need to fucking fix this. It's that bad, Manny, okay? Created a YouTube channel and took it from hobby to side hustle to full time. We don't need to say this. Save for the occasional collaboration. That is, we don't need to include that. Served as sole editor, illustrator, animator, writer, and performer for a video series on art, social justice, and popular culture from a progressive lens. We can write this in a shorter way than that. Innuendo Studios has been cited in Forbes. Okay, so I think we should talk about the incestuous nature of millennial blogosphere because holy shit. The only reason anybody... Okay, unironically, I think enough time has passed. The only reason anybody gave a single flying fuck about Depression Quest from Zoe Quinn is because she was boinking uglies with a bunch of journalists in the Boston area. That was the only reason. That was the only fucking reason that she was famous. That was the only reason she got any attention, because I have made a game with Twine before. That's the service she used to make her games. Twine is very easy. We could do it literally right now. The only reason that it mattered to anybody is because she was homies with a bunch of people. That was it. Okay. I see it all the time where these fucking millennials will gas up their friends in like an article at some blog like Forbes or Polygon or this or that or the other thing. And every single time it's just some schlubby person that doesn't really do much. And they really don't provide much of anything. And I don't really think I'm all that amazing, but it is absolutely outrageous that Anita Sarkeesian got so much clout on the back of her bad criticism that she provided to video games when it was very clear that she was not interested in the industry. You could literally download Twine right now and make a game, okay? Twine was taught to me in 30 minutes, and I could make it as complicated as I want. It is very easy, okay? They're professional moral flaggers. You know, I spend a lot of time in the Boston area. There is a lot of that. We have a huge indie scene over there. A lot of my friends from college participate in it. It is outrageous, some of the shit that passes. Okay. Remember that damsel in distress game patch she had? I literally don't even. Jesus. Okay, anyway, I know that was like a rant. Innuendo Studios has been cited by Forbes. I mean, I could say that I've been cited by Sportskeeda and Dexerto, right? Let's see. Sight and Sound and PBS is the subject of a short Swedish documentary. It has been nominated for the
Diesel's coffee at Mana Potion Coffee.
Absolutely gas of my coffee, manapotioncoffee.com. Yes, very poggies. Oh my god. And has been nominated for an NYVGCC award for journalism. Hey, yikes. As it stands, the channel has over 500,000 subscribers, 50 million lifetime views, and has generated 750 million impressions. That's the only part that really matters to an employer. Additionally, use Innuendo Studios moniker for contract work. Ooh, writing and animating a PSA on voting reform for California approves. This is actually so bad. I'm getting really fed up about staring at this. Consulting on narrative design for Pixel Spill Games. Writing an afterword on art and fascism in Lost in Cult. Video editing for Truly Social. This is the most ridiculous shit. Okay. So, these are all separate gigs that you've worked on. So we include these in a separate space. This is... Oh, boy. This wouldn't get past the first screening. I know, I would skim over this. I wouldn't even read this, and I'd throw this out. That's how bad this is. That's how bad this is. I wouldn't even take a second look at this. This is terrible. This is unironic. For a 30-year-old man, you should be ashamed of yourself. What is wrong with you? Are you... Like, there must be... When I click on this video, this guy better sound like Smaggle. Okay, if this guy doesn't sound like Smaggle when I click on a fucking video, I'm gonna be like, there's no reason for your resume to sound like this. Oh my god. You would see the format and move on without reading it. Yes. This is unironically one of the worst things I've had the displeasure of looking at. Oh my god. We're gonna add a boom. Wait, somebody told me I spell... Somebody said crotched? Crotched? Is this Crotched Mountain Foundation? What? Crotched. Is that correct? Is that spelling correct? Is it crotched? Or is that Crocheted Mountain Foundation? No. So that spelling is not correct? Am I just stupid? Like... Mike Rotched. Oh my god, I'm hurting my crotch right now, dude, reading this. Yeah, if they wanted your entire job story, they'd call your previous employer. I looked it up, that's what it's called. Okay. Okay. So we'll say Innuendo Studios. This is your current job. Innuendo Studios. Boston. Hold on. Boston. I don't want to write out Massachusetts. I'm lazy. Boston, Massachusetts. Content creator. Okay. And then we'll say that's 2014 to current. No, we didn't space that out. No, I should space that out. Hold on. I'm really making a resume for some stupid idiot grown adult who's never going to read it. Should I email this to him and be like, listen, man, I do resume reviews. I've updated your resume. Here it is. Because his Gmail is attached to this. Should I just actually send him this? Like yes. He's going to need it in 6 months. Oh my god. Diesel, can you do my resume next? Let's see. Let's see. Performed full production pipeline from pre to post production. on video essays. No. On videos. Performed full production pipeline from pre to post production on videos. Let's see. Oh my god. Diesel, you make sure he pays first. Brother got mad amounts off that GoFundMe. You know what? I'm already doing it on stream. He could literally just copy my work if he was literally that bent about it. But I will send an email and say, you don't need to pay me, but save this effort and energy for your students. I will have that energy when I get there, okay? I have infinite amounts of it for this specific thing. God. Go to like get Job Corps or something. I don't know, man. Okay. Pre to post production. Performed high level professional animations in Adobe Suite. All right, let's capitalize that. Let's put a period at the end of all of those. This is terrible. This is really bad. I'm actually outrageously astounded at how old he is and how bad this is. I really want to know what your curriculum looked like in college. Because I know people who went to that college. I'm astounded. Now change his name to Ian Foreskin. God. Okay. All right. Yeah. Performed high-level professional animations in Adobe Suite, and then grew the channel to 50 million. Okay, so here we'll do it like this. Grew the channel to over 500,000 subscribers, 50 million lifetime views, and over 750 million impressions. Okay, boom. Diesel, when are we going to talk about zoning? I developed an interest when I lived in Charleston. I saw the gentrification happen in real time and what it has done. So the zoning stream is another stream. Okay, you're 30. We just need to say what your degree is. Jesus Christ. Oh, okay. I'm not going to continue going through this resume. I have spent literally an hour on this guy's resume. I'm not going to keep doing it. I want to get to the rest of the stuff. I'm sure everybody else here is like, Diesel, please get to the video. I am running out of patience. And I really kind of want to get a vibe for what this guy is like. So I just need to click on it. And wait, somebody was like, check on his website. Hold on. So he has a website. So kickstarting this was outrageous. This is not appropriate. You should. Okay, so listen, man. This Why isn't this on your resume? Why isn't this on your resume? So you should a few things. You should link this in your resume. Most people don't print out resumes anymore. Better yet, hear me out here. Your resume as a visual arts individual should just be a web page. Okay. So my professional resume, I did it in Adobe Portfolio, right? I'm not gonna fucking show you people now, but you know, like I did it on Adobe, so that way it was all mixed together, and the whole like format is correct for my industry. I advertise myself as a social media editor and marketer. Okay. I also have my other art on there, but that's what's up there first, right? So this is really the period end of conversation. This should all be on your resume and not all of that yapping. Okay. You mixed the cover letter with a resume and then also included too many personal things. It's terrible. It's very bad. I'm gonna look at your demo reel. So like, let's say if I was an animation studio, I wanted to hire you.
Only here with FPS Diesel will you get stun locked by our resume. Bring the fruits, lesbian man. Kissing face emoji. Kissing face emoji. Kissing face emoji.
He put WordPress on his resume, so this website is literally what he's referencing. This is bad. There we go. I ain't hiring you as a web designer, that's for sure. Indefinite hiatus could be an interesting band name. I agree. God, I've given resume reviews to people I know in real life, by the way. I used to be friends with a chronic drinker. I mean, he was a chronic drinker, and he had no work experience, and his resume was better. Oh boy. This is bad. I wouldn't have included that one. Okay. I mean, some of this is really like easy to do because I work with the things he works with. So I could, like, this is rotoscoping, right? So you didn't actually animate this. That's an actual dog walking, and then you rotoscoped a mask out and then drew a line between you and the corn with the dog. It's just a blacked out dog video. Yeah, so that's not even, I wouldn't even, rotoscoping is hard, but like this is like not that hard. That's just stop motion, so that's really not hard either. That's really easy what you just did there. I teach 14-year-olds how to do that. I was taught that when I was in high school. That's not animation. That's not like interesting enough. Like I wouldn't be able to. Jesus. Neither is this. This is not that. Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. This is bad. Oh my God. This is like, I'm 20 and I want a job. Animation reel. Okay? This is not, I'm old man. Wow. Okay. So can we get, is there like another kind of, do you have like any film reels? If I click on your Vimeo, so by the way, no employer would ever go through this much work, by the way. Don't put your personal uploads on Vimeo, by the way.
All right, so a lot of people who try to do Jordan Peterson accents just go with Kermit the Frog, and that's a good starting place.
Don't
but
put
Kermit
this on
the
your
Frog
Vimeo.
is not.
Vimeo, I not okay. Unironically, Vimeo is a place for professionals. I know that sounds like a joke, but this is inappropriate for what this is. COVID, the semiotics of cuck is quite fucking funny. How to radicalize a normie? You're never gonna get a job in the industry with this shit. You were like a
1592653589793238462.
okay, so that's just you reading out numbers of pi. Dude, this is like inverse unsuccessful Hank Green. Don't show the cuck video on stream. There are parts of it that are poorly censored cuck pictures. Okay. Oh boy. Okay. All right. Wait, I've gotten lost. Here we go. It's comedy gold though. Okay, all right. Music video director, editor. Okay, so you were oh boy, this is Math the band. Oh my god, white people be like I would not be surprised if this guy actually knew Phil Fish. Dude, this oh baby. Wow. Wow. That's rough. Yikes. Holy shit. Yeah, I was gonna say Scott Pilgrim, Homestuck. Like, I don't know what kind of person that is, but if I saw that person in a Whole Foods, I'd be like, I know exactly who that is. You know what I mean? Like, I know that Whole Foods person, you know? Like, they're just the kind of guy who, all right, so, like, I don't know how many of you guys are from the Massachusetts, like, New England area. Um, Again, I went to college there, so it was like my formative years, right? He says in his late 20s. Um, so when you go to Cambridge, uh, you know Cambridge, right? So Cambridge is made up of like the Ivy Leaguers and then those guys. Should a professional portfolio be on a private channel with curated videos to show off or a public facing everything I post is here channel? Private, I'd say. It really depends. But I would say private because you don't want it like inundated with random shit that shouldn't be there. If you guys have ever been to the North End of Boston, that's like it's like a ritzy kind of like nice like Little Italy town. There's a lot of those people there too. Fuck, dude. You know, just like around MIT, but like the people who are taking like an art degree instead of like a science degree at MIT. You know what I mean? I didn't click on this one. It was a different one, right? Say real? No, this is the same one. I blocked it from my memory. The unmasking of a sex addict, lead animator. Okay, I gotta click on that. Let's just do that. And I can't even click on it. If I click on this T video and it's that same fucking consent video, I'm gonna blow up. Okay, it's gone. Okay, so wait, this guy might be older than in his 30s. This guy might be pushing into his 40s. Because he's been working at this for a while. He might be in his 40s. I'm Ian Danskin, a New England media artist and video essayist for 15 years. Ever since the first animation class during sophomore year of high school, Danskin has been working in the field, blah, blah, blah. Analyzing him, blah, 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 blah. Okay, yeah, none of this means anything. Okay, I don't even need to read it. Okay, let me just watch the fucking video about him being unemployed.
Hey everyone, Ian from Innuendo Studios here. Here to let you know that...
Shout out Worcester. Shout out Worcester. Any of my New England homies ever been to Kelly Square? You know about it? you know they got rid of Kelly Square last time I went down there. It's I was driving my car and yeah, I was going through Kelly Square and he's gone. I said, what the hell? What the hell, Lois? The horse is here, you know? Sorry, I can't help but do like a Brooklynese accent.
For the time being, Innuendo Studios is taking a break. I'm not...
Yeah, I'd pack the cats. I'd have it yet. That really thick Bostonian accent is like dying out, by the way. I had a professor that had that kind of accent. He was awesome. He was an English professor.
Sure for how long, and there's a chance it might be permanent. Well, you've seen the title of the video, so that is not hyperbole. It's not strictly speaking true. Like bankruptcy is only one of several options right now, but it is a very real and like
Kim Kardashian
possibility. I've been saying that doing this job is making ends meet for a while, and it has in the sense that most months I end with my bank account at least nominally in the positive. Not all, but most. But if making ends meet is supposed to entail things like being able to settle up your credit card debt or settle up personal loans you take from friends and loved ones.
Personal loans, brother. Whew. What? Okay, so he was obviously living in like the Boston area, which, by the way, is exorbitantly expensive, which is part of why I'm back home, because it's too expensive to live in the greater Boston metropolitan area.
Or being able to pay the 30% in taxes that freelancers...
Courses are expensive. Are we just saying that this is like Negavosh now?
Every April. Taking a full account, I have been running this channel at a loss for 7 years. And between back taxes I owe the government, a maxed out credit card that is in collections, and money I owe to a few people who've bailed me out, I have a total accumulated debt that is pushing $100,000. And
I don't even know how you do that. Actually, I don't actually know how you put yourself in that much debt. I haven't seen your videos, but given the production value you've provided on your professional resume, your videos don't take as long to make as you present them to be. I can just tell you that right now. I've been making and working in the industry long enough to know that you aren't spending that long on it. So what is happening? Like, dude, he pays for editors. Go do it yourself. You will save time.
I'm not going to say I'm perfect at managing money. There wasn't a life I could have been living these past 7 years where I would have earned $100,000 more than I did.
No.
So,
Not with your skill set. Maybe if you worked in social work, you could probably eke out a pretty like good 70K a year if you're like a high paying, educated master's degree professional. But any higher than that, I don't know. You don't really have any experience in the media's industry, in my opinion. You would just have to go back to social work. It's the only place you have any real job experience.
Backers on Patreon already know about this. When I told them, it was framed as, I'm going to probably do some kind of fundraiser or do a Patreon relaunch. There's a bunch of stuff I've been doing over on Patreon.
What if Michael from Vsauce was a cringe bread tuber looking
Patreon that I still hadn't even like announced here on YouTube yet, but I just can't take it anymore. This is just a lot of strain to put on me and to put on my family. And I've felt for a long time that like I'm on the verge of, kind of like making it. Like I've been dancing around the periphery for a while, back in 2020.
Yeah, listen, I and this is really real advice. If you want to do YouTube, pick it up as a side hustle. Don't pick it up as your main job. It will turn you crazy. It'll unironically turn you into a crazy person. 100%. You don't interact with enough people. You don't get socialized. You have to go out of your way for it. Don't.
Right before COVID happened, like the numbers were really doing good. The Patreon was really solid. I was making more money than I'd ever made. And it really seemed like
mandatory financial courses, for, not even just for leftist creators, because this is the leftist guys are the ones that are talking about it. They are not the only ones that are having this problem. I can tell you, I know people who do have these problems. It is a problem with creators. They don't know. Like I said at the beginning of the stream, managing a monthly paycheck is very hard. It's very easy to overspend when you're just constantly, when you have a month in between paychecks.
It was going to keep heading that way. And then they just started to dip and it's never really recovered. Once I hurt my back and I couldn't work for a while.
Also, not to be that guy, and obviously I pay editors for my slop content, but probably pick up some of that workload yourself. You have to pay your taxes. The thing is that the system is, it is unironically, one, too complicated, and two, very fucking annoying. Because you'll like prepare your taxes, and like I said at the beginning of the stream, if you do YouTube, you got to pay it all at once. So it's very annoying and difficult, right? And you need to gather all your itemized expenses. And then you could do quarterly, but then setting that up is also a hassle. And so there's already like this barrier to entry where you need to buy, like you need to pay for a financial planner, right? Oh yeah, does YouTube provide like a W-2 or some shit? They provide a different document and they don't take any taxes out.
And life just got more expensive.
I'm baffled by all the channels who have editors who don't need editors. Yeah, if I wasn't teaching, I would not be able to afford yeah, you get a 1099. I would not be able to afford editors, and I'm already at like the upper limit of where I can pay them. And luckily they're comfortable with it, but like I literally physically couldn't do any more.
It's really seemed like, especially with joining Nebula and everything, it keeps feeling like if I could just hang on a little longer, I get it cracked. And I'd become one of those like,
yeah, they don't take out for taxes. That's what makes it complicated.
Self-sustained people.
What happened to our conservative cookbooks? It hasn't come yet. It hasn't come yet, Johnny. Speaking of, I'm talking about a guy who's 100K in debt on his YouTube channel right now.
Maybe I would, maybe if I could hold on a little longer, I would, but
I have a feeling there's a good chance our conservative cookbook may never come in the mail. I'm not even gonna lie.
I can't keep struggling in the meantime. So for now, we're going to call this a sabbatical. I'm not officially quitting. It's possible I will find part-time work, which...
Yeah, you can go broke making $1 million a year. Yeah. If I told you the amount of millionaires I knew that spent all their money on dumb shit, you wouldn't believe me at the things I've seen things purchased you people wouldn't believe.
means that, you know, if it's enough hours that it brings in
Hey guys, I'm taking some time off from my no job to have no job.
decent money that I could supplement Patreon and AdSense with, I could keep doing this part-time, which is, you know, when I started out, that's what it was. It was a thing I was juggling with freelancing in school. So
Do it with freelancing. I think if you're a good freelancer in the industry and you're taking good jobs, you can do pretty fucking good for yourself using YouTube as a side hustle.
maybe that's an option. I have to see what's out there. But at least for the next month or so, kind of my mindset is to live my life with the question, what if I wasn't a YouTuber? Like, how would I spend my time? Where would I put my energies? What would I work on?
This is the most horrifying shit ever. Oh my
I
god.
didn't always have that gnawing feeling of like, I should be working on my video. You know, what would my home look like? What would my social life look like? How would my free time look? Free time is a concept. We're just gonna see what that's
Guys, this is a really guys, I know this is against the whole hustle bro and then the YouTuber ethos. 9 to 5 isn't bad. If you have a good 9 to 5 and you can eke out a living and you don't get stuck working extra hours and you can go home and spend time with your loving family, you're doing okay. You don't need to like become a bazillionaire and then only don't do what this guy is doing.
So maybe part-time work, maybe the channel sticks around in some capacity, you know, maybe.
I know a dude who makes over 6 figures and is always broke. Why? Trucking Star Citizen.
I'll do something that leaves me energy on the weekends. Maybe I'll collaborate with people. But right now I'm not promising.
Collaborations don't make you money. You need to... Okay. This guy is ridiculous. Okay. Unironically, here's what you do. You need to reevaluate what works and what doesn't for your channel. Hone in on that and then produce those things and do it incessantly. You need to actually put aside your life so that way you could generate income from this immediately.
Anything. I've been doing this for 11 years, and it's weird to say that it is the most financially stable I've ever been, because when I started this job, I was only a year or two off of food stamps, you know, but it's just never made the kind of income that lets you trust that you're going to be able to cover your expenses 3-4 months from now. You know, I have no savings. There's nothing for retirement. I owe more than I make in a year. Outside of a few big names, probably almost all of your favorite YouTubers are doing worse than you think. So for the time being,
that is
true.
That is true. Like I said at the beginning of the stream, most YouTubers are famous, not rich. You don't get rich doing this job. This is not a rich person's job. It was a rich person's job 10 years ago, but it is not anymore. In a post-TikTok world, this is not a rich person's job, period. Okay? I might have 100,000 subscribers. I'm not rich, okay?
Turned on, at least for like a few months. There's a bunch of stuff I do on Patreon that like I haven't even announced it here on YouTube. I've been doing it for like a year and change now. I do these little projects where like I have a film randomizer list. It's like a list of, this year's list is like 36 movies, where I hit shuffle on Letterboxd and watch whichever one comes up first and try to get through.
This guy is bad with money. I took out a loan to get 3 bugadies and to afford this super chat. I forgot what point I was making.
That's true. You should just take out a bunch of loans and then not pay them back. What are they going to do? Stop you?
The whole list by the end of the year, and I write little reviews for them. Or I have like a video game cabinet, just games I'm trying to get through before the end of the year. I do a reading log, and I make a playlist, a 6-song playlist every month that I share with patrons.
I'd barely argue it was years ago. Most old YouTubers spend off their careers into other stuff. Yeah.
I really enjoy doing that, and it doesn't take a ton of...
It worked for the people who refuse to pay their student debt.
time and energy, so like I'm probably gonna keep doing that. And there's a project I do with Willow from the channel Questing Refuge. I also haven't announced this on YouTube yet. It was supposed to be part of this Patreon relaunch that I guess I'm not doing anymore. But we are doing weekly adventure game reviews. I have a list of 50 games and like a really overly complicated.
You need to write. Okay, this is. I think a lot of YouTube writers and essayists don't know how to write quickly. And I know that sounds weird, but when you're in college, they give you all this time to write an essay, right? And I know, oh, we all waited to the last minute, right? But when you get into like the higher echelons of pedagogy or whatever, right? You need to take that time. But in media, you need to know how to convey a message in less words more quickly and realize that you will be talking a lot, right? So you need to get good at writing fast and writing a lot of words, right? Procrastinating helped me for the job market. Gotcha.
I can't fathom what I would do without YouTube. Get a job.
Yeah, unironically. So I will say that when you do YouTube for a long time as a job, people look at it like it's not like you've just been unemployed. A new corn harvest has been declared. I don't even know what that means. Like a porn harvest? What do you November has come early.
Rating system. I'm trying to make like a 50 game adventure game tier list. And so these little 1 minute reviews that we release every Monday, and that's over on Nebula, but also patrons, like every month I do
I need to time myself on how fast I write, because like it'll make a difference once you time yourself.
Like, patrons get that as well. Willow and I work well together. Writing and graphics are what comes easy for me, and editing is always kind of a slog, and they're like the exact opposite. Like editing comes really easy for them. They always get like a really hard time with writing. So
I feel like Chris is, like one of those crazy people who like comes in and then like issues some like some declaration. That is what's happening right now.
That project has been actually surprisingly like easy for both of us. So I'm going to see that through to the end of the year. And there'll be like a supercut of all 52 videos. Intro, 50 reviews, and conclusion that'll hit YouTube January of 2026 when that's done. So
January of 2026. Brother, you need to put something out now. You need to put something out now.
Like I'm gonna see that through. Had a lot of stuff I was working on that I don't know when or if it will come out. Had this like really big thing I've been working on for a few years about neo-noir, and I had something about Disco Elysium.
Dude, finally, Synthetic Man is getting the justice he deserves.
It was kind of becoming a manifesto on what I wanted to channel.
A Disco Elysium video, brother. It's 2025. I love the game too, but Jesus Christ.
In 2025, having wrapped the alt-right playbook, there was this thing on John Wick that I wanted to get out this month before Ballerina. There's like 3 or 4 protagonies. I was just saying about art where, following the election, I wanted to do this thing about art where the good guys lose and then life goes on, because that felt really resonant. And all this stuff.
Oh my God, dude. Oh my God. Do you see how much he only talks about everything he is working on but never has actually done? This guy is the example of the I'm busy person. The person who's like, I have a lot of things going on. I'm really busy. I got a lot going on. And then they get home and they're just like a vegetable.
So that'll come out.
I love Disco Elysium, but it is quite literally probably one of the most overanalyzed pieces of fiction that we've had in the past 10 years. Okay? Like, it's a great game, and I think you could get a lot from it by playing it yourself and not letting other people make your opinion on it. But all the things that could have been said interestingly about it have been said.
If it comes out.
Oh, also, if your channel is dying, just try it out. Just start another one. Just go make one from scratch. Just see if you can take any of the skills you learned and make a new one.
I don't know if any of that will come out in any form. I hate to let anything go to waste, but I don't know what to do with it. I mean, none of it's done. We'll see, is all I can say. I also intended been meaning to do this for a while, but when I finished the alt-right playbook, I like made a decision after the re-election that I just wanted to wrap it, which meant kind of jumping to the end. I had a few scripts still unproduced, and my intent is to still is, to release the unproduced scripts under Creative Commons license, and also like a graphics pack of a bunch of like at least like the base graphics, the little dupes.
I'm begging you,
so anyone who wants
send me the Xander Hall video then, Chris.
use the title, the Alt-Right Playbook, to produce those scripts is welcome to, provided you release under the same Creative Commons license. That's a thing I've been meaning to do for a little while. It's just been wrapped up doing other stuff. So I'll probably still do that. And I will post a
I got
GoFundMe.
it. Feel free to send it.
I was going to do like a big like fundraiser and live stream and everything to try to see if I could raise the money from the community to help pay off the debt. I'm not going to do all that now, but I will post a GoFundMe if anyone.
This is outrageous. This guy, if he had, okay, here's my opinion, right? If he was more, if he clearly offered something to somebody at some point, but he kind of waxes like a like pseudo creative, right? If he was actually creative and could actually produce art at a level that I go, wow, this guy knows how to make art. This guy knows how to make videos. I'd be like, okay, we should give him money. This guy should get a second chance, right? That's my opinion on it, right? I'm very much like for the arts, obviously, right? I know a lot of the guys in the commentary space are like, fuck these guys. I like drama slop, right? Which is fine, and I get it. But I think YouTube is a varied enough platform to have many niches that people should be able to get a good shake at, right? This guy raised money on Kickstarter. He had a chance. He fucked up, like, bruh, the fundraisers for his taxes. Oh boy, gang, we need to win a talent show to save the playground from land developers. You know what? Never mind. You bring up a very good point. Okay, maybe if it wasn't the second time he was raising money for it, I would be more charitable. He just doesn't really offer anything interesting to the conversation, to be honest, right? Do you know about his videos? Yeah, I am familiar with the stuff, but the point being here is like he doesn't really offer anything creative or of value. It's just a guy who talks, and I don't think like you gotta produce something. You gotta be different, right? How many of these guys exist on the internet? Many of these guys exist. Okay. Jesus Christ, he doesn't even have the minority card, okay? He's just a fat, bald, white guy with a beard with leftist politics. Jesus Christ, get in line, buddy, all right? If you, unironically, if he was, like, literally a minority, at least he'd have, like, a little bit of a different position here, but he's really got nothing going on.
If anyone wants...
What's Xander? Let's see the Xander Hall. Are there any timestamps I should go to?
Especially ever since Trump won. React to that discussion.
Diesel sounds like a Disney exec. It's true. It is true. Unironically, if the thing that you offer up to the internet is your opinions on politics, you need to have something. Okay? Hassan is the hot guy. Okay? Hassan's a hot leftist. That's unironically who he is and part of why people listen to him. Okay? Destiny is the debater. Okay? No minority. No. There are black leftist creators, and they're actually doing much better than that guy. Put it 1.5 times. Okay.
When it comes to the online left, I think most people who are part of it.
I know Diesel was a hot
leftist.
leftist.
push progressive ideology.
Yeah, but
It's
like,
not as
I
simple
don't
as
know.
just
I'm too
content to them,
capitalist
or to most
pilled.
of you
I
guys,
don't.
right? I think a lot of it is also the success of progressive content online, in the same way that success for conservative content online more or less directly translates to influence and reach in changing people's politics. And so growing the online left and growing creators within the online left is the prerogative of the left as a whole, or it should be. And I've talked about this a lot. Talked about how, I really appreciate every bit of support you guys send my way, how much it means to me and how much it truly helps. And I've seen comments from people that kind of assume I'm rich or well off. More common back in the day, but less so now, but like still, it happens from time to time.
Isn't Xander Hall like Arrested Development Andy?
And I find that very interesting. I feel like there's a highly inflated perception of how stable the online left is as a viable community right now.
No, okay. It is not just one political section, by the way. Okay, every single okay, the only reason that the right is doing so well online is because they're getting money from Russia.
Especially ever since Trump won. And we're going to be segueing into the main point of this in a second, but I'm giving some setup. Since Trump won, there has been a noticeable decline in viewership, sub growth, and right after Trump won, there was a big trend.
Okay, I'm gonna fucking guys, let's talk numbers. Okay, guys. Why would a political content creator be growing in numbers in November of the previous year? Why would you have a lot of growth as a political content creator in 2024 election year? What do you think people are thinking about in 2024? They're thinking about the election. They're looking for coverage on the election that aligns with their political views. So they are finding you and subscribing for the political content. And then the election ends and they don't care anymore because they have like a life outside of politics. So they're not constantly clued in. It's like normal. All right. Look at Destiny's views on his streams coming up to the election. Then look at his views post-election. I know that also coincides with him being sex pestiny extraordinaire, but
where hundreds of thousands of progressive content watchers on YouTube, as a form of protest, got together and mass unsubbed from progressive channels they watch. I lost like a couple thousand. I know that Brian Taylor Cohen lost like 40,000, 60,000 subs before it let up, and it's been pretty slow for all these channels ever
political
since.
burnout.
For the most part, compared to before Trump won.
Nobody wants to listen to the. I'm sorry. All you do is whine. It's just whining. Every single person in politics is just whine. Wah, wah, wah. Okay, on the left and on the right. Okay, the right has just been like wokey D pronouns is at it again. What is a man? What is a woman? Yada yada for the 40th fucking time. Okay, and everybody on the left is like everything is bad. I'm going to die. I'm depressed. I am bisexual. I am gay. I am new in town. I have AIDS.
This is showing a clear sign of a demotivation within the online left. And as much as
Oh
that-
my god, these people are so fucking out of touch. Normal people aren't constantly plugged into politics. They walk away from it, okay? I literally walk around in real life and I'm not constantly like mad at the top of my lungs about like the fucking politics, okay? Things are bad. I'm not gonna say they're good, right? But you know what? I walk outside, the grass is green. I'm living and loving life. I go to the diner. I get a chicken Caesar wrap. Yo, fucking God bless America. God save the Queen. Fuck you.
might not have an impact on voter numbers. Like, sure, those people are still going to go out and vote. I'm sure they're still protesting, engaging in direct action, and all those good things that you should be doing. It is still a tragedy, I think. I don't think they're doing
Yeah, I really did just say touch grass works wonders, but like with extra words, huh?
anything wrong. They don't have to watch progressive content, but I think it's a tragedy that we're losing that online community that you could argue brought the right its victory, the biggest victory politically they've had in
That's true. He does get a chicken Caesar wrap. Yeah, like you don't get one too.
ages with this election. And so, with all that said, we've seen a lot of progressive content creators lately that many of you guys probably think of as household names having to take hiatuses or outright quitting YouTube.
Listen, unironically, 99% of the guys that do like online creator content for politics have nothing. They provide nothing. Okay? It's just like jerk you off opinion, right? So that way you feel good. All right? Very few of them offer anything. And you know the ones that actually, the only one that I've seen offer anything in the last like year is Ezra Klein, right? And he put out a book that people actually cared about. But who the fuck gives a single shit about David Pakman?
because frankly, being a progressive content creator is not worth it for the most part. It takes a lot of hard, diligent work to make it viable. You guys ever see how often I upload and how often I stream? I have to, bro. Yeah, Shark 300, I believe no longer makes content based on what people in chat were saying, which fucking hell, that sucks balls because Shark is great.
I think these creators should actually try making different content. Not on their channels, but they should make like another channel and then just work on it. Like start thinking of YouTube as a business. None of these guys think of YouTube as a business. They think of it as like a vehicle for some like revolution, but I gotta be honest, it ain't coming.
Took a hiatus, but is back, I believe. Though I highly recommend you guys go send support Cirrus's way, because I know for a fact Cirrus is not at the level of comfort that he can forgo shoutouts and recommendations for more support going his way. So you know, go drop some support. I can tell you for sure that while I get by, I just barely get by. I'm probably not in a better financial situation than many of you are. So
Shoe fly.
You may be surprised to find out, well, yes, the listed YouTubers are not exactly massive creators. I'm not huge, Shark's not necessarily huge, and Cirrus isn't huge. A creator you might consider borderline huge is one with over 500,000 subscribers.
It's just schizo posting about Israel-Palestine. I saw this really wacky ass poll recently, and they were polling like different generations on dude, it's something like Latinos and blacks of like the Zoomer generation completely outweigh every other generation in thinking Jews control the world. It's something like a quarter of this generation all think that.
In online lefty content history. That being Innuendo Studios, who made the alt-right playbook series. You know those cute little animated videos that explain the tactics of the right and radicalization in the alt-right that I've been covering lately? He just put out a video called Being a YouTuber Bankrupted Me, in which he announces that he will be taking an indefinite hiatus from YouTube. Basically meaning he may never come back.
This is boring. People watch this. I'm actually bored. There's no fruits on the stream for me to be paying attention to. It's just some guy in some weird, like, I don't know, church basement.
He might one day, but don't expect it. And it's simply because he can't afford to do YouTube full-time anymore. And as much as it may seem like, oh, well, you can just do a full or part-time job and do YouTube on the side, right? The creative process of YouTube, especially with how brutal the algorithm is, requires a surprising amount of time and energy dedicated to thinking about what you can make that will do well on the platform, and frankly trying to learn how the platform works, because it's always ever-changing. It's never static. You can never know the algorithm and then just be content. You have to be non-stop dedicating your time to learning about it. And there's a million other things that come with content creation that go along with it. And, you know,
I'm sorry. Thank you for this, Chris. Shut the cage, shake the cage, shut up, Xander. I know most people don't know about American traditional tattoos, but I want to help some of you out. Yes, my tattoos are redesigns of Ed Hardy, Sailor Jerry, etc. The point is a generic design done well. Yes, these iconic tattoos are often made into novelty stickers. I don't even think, why would you tweet this? I like classic American traditional tattoos. I have 3 tattoos. None of them are classical American traditional. And I think the real reason that I don't have a tattoo like that right now is just that I kind of just want something original and not those redesigns. And also, I don't know, man. I've always thought Ed Hardy was fucking ugly, personally. I'm just... Also, why are you sending this to me, Chris? Resident derailer. Okay, I kind of want to click on the cuck video, but I know there's porn in it, so I need to be careful.
He's the guy who makes those well-made, scripted, well-edited, animated videos. He has to put a lot of work in, and he makes infrequent uploads. Meaning, he requires or relies, I should say.
Because we all need the A-Log Anissa. I literally couldn't give a shit whether or not she died or lived tomorrow.
On a very high level of engagement from his audience that does watch his videos because he uploads infrequently.
We need to revitalize the Cabal. The Cabal's dead, Christopher.
A lot of work put into very high quality videos, and on top of that, he relies heavily on financial support from his followers.
I need to actually restart the polycule. Okay, I need to restart the polycule. We need to be on it. It's very difficult to manage both you and Beckett because you guys have like lives outside of YouTube.
Because he can't entirely rely on YouTube ad revenue, which essentially rewards you directly.
When you watch the cuck video, I'll pop in for reasons. Okay, I'm gonna quickly go to the bathroom because I've been holding in a piss for quite some time now. Okay. and then I'll put on some jazz. We're in the waiting room, guys. Wow, that's really sexual. Okay, I'll be right back. Please hold. Your call is important to us. One of our associates will be with you shortly. That was kind of a vibe. I need to get a Be Right Back. Yeah, you see, I turned into VTuber Diesel for VTuber drama, but, you know, I don't really want to talk about Kirsch, because then I'll be harassed by, like, 40 supremacists. So, this cuck video, huh? Fauci's like, I need to come. No, wait, no, not like that, not like that.
You now remember Red Shoe Diaries on HBO.
The cuck video is good. I'm told there's porn in it. I've got you. Why do we need your take on the cuck video? It's all race play. I'm gonna go to a specific time in this video that was given to me. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Don't spoil it, Diesel. I had to go see what it is. I'm not gonna show it. I'm not gonna show it. I know what it is. I will play with this fire. I'm acutely aware of the timestamp.
Why is the right so fixated with cucks? So the dictionary definition of cuck, short for cuckold, is a man in a Robert Baratheon scenario, in which he does not realize the children he is raising.
Okay, no. Wanna show the T-Strainer? Is the T-Strainer up on the website? I was promoting. I did show off the, whatchamacallit earlier. Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. It's up on the website already. Guys, the T-Strainer's out. The product photos are up. You know, the ones I was just showing. Whose hand is that anyway? That's yours truly. You know, saying, hey, buy 2 T-Tins, get 1 strainer free. Use code STRAINER. Oh. You heard it here first, chat. Buy 2 T-Tins, get 1 free strainer. Use code STRAINER.
were in fact
So, okay, here's the thing. Talking about Robert Baratheon. Okay, so Robert Baratheon doesn't. Okay, first of all, pause. Never mind. All right, fine, Falgy, fine. Mr. Cuck over here needs to come in and talk about it. I am literally gay.
You call me Mr. Cook, you fucking piece of shit. I am not Mr. Cuck, you
Well, you
asshole.
wanted to come on for this.
Because this video is going to go places that you won't expect.
Okay. Well, I don't know what that means.
You'll see it when it happens.
Oh, okay. I mean, okay. All right. Well, I just want to say that his definition of cuck is lacking already. His like textbook definition, right? Because he's using the whole like Robert Baratheon doesn't know he sired these. He didn't sire these children, right? But like the thing is that a cuck is like that. We're talking about it like the fetish definition, right? When people call someone a cuck, not like someone who doesn't know that their kids are not theirs.
We'll get there. Let's say, think of why he wrote the alt-right playbook and why he would use the word cuck. That's all I'm going to say.
Does he have a cuck fetish?
Just play the video.
Oh my god. All right. I guess you're here now.
I love you too, buddy.
Flaggy, when's the McRib stream?
Yeah, when's the McRib stream? They changed Discord, by the way. Again, the stream setup is different. That's weird.
At this point, what the fuck is happening? Can I not see it? Like,
You should be able to now.
It says no permissions. Okay, now I can. Fucking weird.
Now you can? Okay.
Yeah, I can. I'm in there.
sired by someone else. The glint in the milkman's eye and all that. The word derives from the common cuckoo's practice of laying their eggs in the nest of another bird who raises the chick as their own. If you watch Black Mirror, you know, is the child mine is one of Charlie Brooker's big hangups. He's more afraid of brood parasitism than he is of cell phones. But colloquially, a cuck is someone, usually a man, whose partner, usually a woman, is cheating on him. To use a common metaphor, the cow is out with the bull while the steer is alone in the barn, sometimes with the implication.
How you feeling so far?
Describing such basic things is so funny.
It's okay.
That the steer knows about it. It is a common insult for a man who is, or who would theoretically be, too weak to leave a faithless woman, and might even tell himself he's okay being cheated on. How this term enters common usage is through cuckoldry porn.
Okay, all right, buddy.
Now get it off the screen.
For
Because it gets worse from here.
So a cuckoldry fetishist is someone, again, usually a man,
Oh
who
my
gets
God,
off on the
all right.
Wait for
humiliation
it.
of being cheated on, often with someone more masculine than him. And cuckoldry porn serves this fetish by showing women having sex with men who
Why
are
is
not
he
their
showing
partners.
it?
Sometimes
He
not there
unironically
yet?
leaves nothing to the imagination
with
right
their
now.
partners watching. Or traditionally, and now we're getting to it, white women having sex with black men who are not their white
That is
partners.
not the
This is based on a lot
exclude.
of
First of all,
bullshit.
aside from the fact that there was nothing really censored there, it's really not that niche, okay? And anybody who's been on the internet can tell you that. But like,
So are you getting the theme?
well,
yet?
I'm thinking that he has a. All right, excuse me for being a little bit uncouth here, but I think that this guy might have a fetish for watching white women get blacked. So, and that's just me, but I think he's a big fan of the spade. But that's just me.
It'll make sense later.
racist stereotypes about the
I
animalistic virility of black men and the need
I
to
can't
protect
show
white
that.
women from
I'm
it,
not
and
putting that on
for a
generalized
whole
fears of
minute.
race mixing. That's
Dude,
not to say
there was a part of him editing this completely bare, just watching. Like it's literally they literally censored images of women being railed right now, while another guy sits and watches.
Let's be real.
All cuck-
The one hand edit went strong on this.
fetishists or pornographers are white supremacists, they can find the idea of being cheated on with a black man more emasculating than a white one, without necessarily asking themselves why they feel this way. And as is usually the case with porn, what becomes standard is not often what the majority wants, but what a minority wants and the majority will tolerate. That said, it is still racism and misogyny. And that's
Now do you get it?
Okay. I mean, I don't know if I get it. Oh, is he implying that the right likes cucking, actually?
What he is implying, and it's a small spoiler, but who cares? What he is implying is that when the right calls you a lib cuck, it's inherently misogynistic, but more importantly, racist, because libs like minorities. Thus, you want a black man railing your girlfriend, and thus you are a lib cuck. But all cuckoldry porn is derived directly from race play.
So that's why I was like,
That's what he's saying.
that's why I laughed, because I thought I always okay. All right, listen. I don't know if you guys have spent enough time online, but if you spend enough time online, you will eventually come across people that make posts like, "Here's why having a mommy GF fetish is problematic to bi gender Wiccans." Okay, I just made that up. I just put a bunch of words in there, right? That's not a person, right? But you come across posts like that where people are trying to like nickel and dime a fetish when ultimately it's like a consensual act that like you and another person agree upon, or you and the porn actors that you're watching agree upon, right? So like everybody's like on the same page here about what it really is versus what it isn't, and not like some other ethereal thing that's not there.
Mm-hmm. And it's almost like he'll never say that out loud once.
Oh boy! So I could show it on screen again. It's not gonna be another.
Yeah,
and
you're
ball.
good for now. There is another one towards the end of the video. Someone will grab you the timestamp and put it in the chat.
Okay. Fetishes,
That's your job.
Fetishes can always be a little bit problematic, but like if everybody's consenting and agreeing to it and having a good time, it's okay. That's really it.
Well, okay. I told the story last night. I will tell it again because I do want to like highlight something for a second, because I do understand what people. I'm picking up what he's putting down.
I understand his reasoning, and I would, if the concept wasn't so outlandish, I wouldn't laugh at it.
Yeah, it's so. I've told the story. There was one night I was very drunk, and never go to a second location, chat. And I was sharing a taxi with a couple I had just met. We were all going, but like I couldn't fit into the taxi with the person I was seeing at the time because they were with friends, and so that happened. And I get into the taxi with this other couple, and the wife starts feeling me up, and the husband is sitting across and said, and I quote, "If you want to come back to our room with us, I'd love to watch."
Okay.
So it's not always a black thing, but it happens. That's all I'm gonna say.
They saw you from across the bar.
Yeah, they did. It was a piano bar that I sang at too.
Of course,
like I was drunk and sang, and that was part of the problem.
Okay. I gotta ask how this story ends. Sorry.
The story ends. Okay. So the story ends with me blacking out, but I had her lipstick all over my mouth. So I know I didn't go, oh, hello.
Thank you for the raid.
I will say.
This is such a fucking bad time for that.
I mean,
What's up,
listen,
guys?
I've internalized it very different ways because I was blacked out, and I don't remember it. At least I know I didn't go to the room. That's all I know.
Okay.
But yes, chat, I was asked to be a bull.
I would never want to be the guy in the chair. That's really it.
Bro, he was into it too. Like he was like staring at me, and I was like, "The fuck is happening?" And I'm like too drunk to like kind of remember everything. So it's like, whoa. Like I just remember going to the second location and sitting very far away.
We cannot be getting a raid when you're in the middle of telling this story, dude.
Hey,
so
listen,
funny.
like Dickers is here. Like, what do they call them? Like the Dick Riders. It's okay.
Oh shit, dude. Everyone.
What's up, Gamma? How you doing?
What's up, Gamma?
What can you do for a diesel sponsorship? Get in line. Haven't got one either.
Yeah, I know. There's a lot of I'm not the guy. It's the other guy. Okay, it's another guy.
Okay, I'll message your brother later.
Okay, so he feels cucking is inherently racist.
Yes,
okay.
Because of the way that it's used as a pejorative by the right.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right. I mean, this guy can like his cuck porn and not feel bad about it. I don't know why he's got to make it everybody else's problem.
Oh, you'll see why later.
That's why the right is into it. The term has grown in popularity.
I'm sorry,
roughly
but
in
these are the
tandem with
videos that he's got into debt for. The editing on this is terrible. This is not the kind of editing that requires somebody like you could do this in Windows.
Of the alt-right, especially in the new coinage, cuckservative, a term the far right uses for establishment Republicans whom they feel are insufficiently to the right, i.e., could stand to be more racist and misogynist. While not everyone who uses it is aware of the racial component, the connotation is deliberate. It originated on white nationalist websites, pushing the narrative that mainstream
This is like a piece of the web, like the internet I've never heard of. Like this is getting really deep in it. It's like
Didn't
5
you
people
used to be
on
hyper
this.
racist?
I did. I used to be a neo-Nazi. Yes. Yes, I am the DEI Nazi they warned you about. Can you start making mana potion energy drinks and make it apple flavored? You know, I've been asked to make energy drinks before, and we actually looked into it. And the genuine answer to that question is that the production behind it is just really, really fucking complicated. And also, we wouldn't want to accidentally kill people.
Just make espresso powder. Call it a day. Caffeine pills for everybody.
Conservatives are letting their woman, America, get fucked by Mexicans, Muslims, and black people. It is in fact
I feel like this guy is projecting. This is projecting. You literally can't talk about the cuck thing without sounding like you're into cuck porn. Like you can't.
A reminder, this is a 5-year-old video.
Ooh, baby.
It's the height of COVID video making. This dude boomed in COVID and has never had the same success since.
important to a large contingent of the right that the racism not be sheared off. To quote Richard Goddamn Spencer, the cuckservative meme doesn't make any sense without race. It's all about race. So every time someone uses this word in public, there's a portion of the audience that hears it as just an insult, and a portion that hears it as a signal of racial allegiance.
Well, there goes my ad revenue, you fuck.
Like to keep us guessing as to which way they meant
Come
it.
on.
Now, if you're a man on the internet who's not
Diesel, you don't
raging
understand.
dick-
All the proceeds to this video went to defunding the police. Definitely all the proceeds.
Yeah,
from
it totally
this.
go into the void of him not paying his taxes. What was he paying an editor for? To just sit around and find stock images for him to steal from Google Images? Because that's what this is.
Yeah. So from what I understand, he described it. He paid for the animation stuff and everything else, and all he did was the scripting and voiceover.
Oh, what took so long? This doesn't take that long. How many words does he write a day? He must write nothing.
Well, you don't understand. He got into a back injury, so there was no way he could make videos. You don't understand.
Get a
Diesel.
standing desk, you fucking unmotivated piece of shit.
Yeah. Realize how like he talks really lovingly about gaming videos and not about political content. Very interesting. It's almost like he's very upset that his movie and game critiques don't do as successful.
Squad, you've probably at some point been called a cuck by a man who is. I personally have been called a cuck by dozens of people, many on this very website. Some
Catching on.
This guy's living in a very interesting world. Oh man.
sometimes for hours at a time, often with upwards of 7 ad breaks.
Who gives a shit, you fuck? Somebody got a bunch of money calling somebody a cuck, and you decided to be what, more moral than them? All right, this is all a big race to the bottom on YouTube, all right? I've already explained that earlier in the stream.
Let's unpack that a little. Now, I don't want to give oxygen to these people. I don't do response videos. I'm not going to be addressing their
Who is that? That's a
arguments
bearded
as
guy in some wooded background. Is that like a Matt
see.
Walsh or something?
You'll see who it is.
Okay,
He'll
all
show
right,
it.
all right.
compelling as I'm sure they are, and they aren't owed access to my platform. But I do need to put something on screen, so since they're mostly bearded white guys yelling into video cameras...
All right,
they will need
not to be like the guy in the glass houses here, but you are a bearded white guy yelling into a video camera.
today by Nick Offerman.
Steer clear of Ian Danskin, ladies. This man is a cuckold.
And for all the fans of these videos already writing angry comments saying that I should be naming names and showing clips, that's not what strawman means. So, okay. Most often, when you get called a cuck on the internet, it's being invoked to accuse you of a masculinity deficiency. It's a loose synonym for beta male, although I hear the preferred term for that now is simp, so I will have to update my
Oh
source.
my god. I feel like those things are two different things.
They're all three of them are different things.
Yeah, he's
because
like nomenclature on like the internet is very bad. Oh no. Oh,
what
I
happened?
think your mic cut out for a second. You're back now.
Oh yeah. It's that I need a new cord.
Yeah,
Uh,
simps are not cucks and are not beta males. Those are all different things.
Yeah, they're all three of them are different things. It's just so funny. It's like you can make the argument that beta male is the umbrella, but cuck and
Yeah.
simp is very different.
But all simps and cucks are beta males, but not all beta males are
Or cucks and simps.
cucks and simps. Oh my god.
But I get it more than most because, as some of you already know, I am polyamorous.
Oh, brother.
that's why I'm here.
Oh boy.
Uh,
Dude, you might be the only poly person I've met who's not outrageously just the worst.
I take pride in that every fucking day. Now, Diesel,
Uh-huh.
my man here is polyamorous. Now, I have a little bit of supplementary content for you. He'll
Mhm.
go into it later in the video. But I have a Huffington Post article for you. Let me see if I can find it, because I have it.
I'm poly too, Diesel. It's never come up before. This is the first time hearing of it.
Where is the? Do I have it? Did KJ sent it to me? Maybe I'll go find it. But I have a Huffington Post article that I find very.
What's he got, like a
interesting.
Huffington Post article about like, I like to watch my wife get railed by black men? Is that it? Am I about to see that?
Well, no. What he has is a Huffington Post article with his sex therapist partner, who definitely doesn't practice alternative forms of therapy. I can't say it's tantric sex therapy. I'm not alleging that. But, I wouldn't, sometimes things happen. I don't know, chat. Sometimes people just like the tantric sex.
Okay,
And for those,
you want to explain that in English for me, buddy?
do you know what tantric sex therapy is?
No, what is that?
Okay. So the best way to describe tantric sex therapy is it is fucking for therapy. Your therapy is having sex.
Okay, that's
Very
okay.
famously, the suit actor for Barney does tantric sex therapy in Las Vegas, Nevada.
Okay, all right. All right. Polyamorous couple. Jealousy is really code for other things. I would love for this video to load.
This post is like 2012. This shit is
Okay,
old.
so that's probably why this is. I also have like 40 billion ads open or tabs open.
No, it's the article sucks. It'll
Okay.
take all day to load.
All right. Well then. I never it's Reiki but banging.
Yes, it is Reiki but banging.
I had a professor where in her off time she was a Reiki healer, and I could not like wrap it around my head how somebody with a PhD thought sticks healed their son's like broken bone.
I mean, it's a lot of people. But like, I'll be very real. There is a very important part to Eastern medical practices that we don't look at in the West. But one of the biggest things, right, is this is the biggest. Here is your Fauci teaches you the difference between Eastern and Western medicine thing day. The predominant thing for a lot of Eastern medicine, from my reading, is you go to the doctor to stay healthy, and you do use herbal like remedies and things like that. That's why a lot of that's why specifically like Indian culture, for instance, spices play an important role in their cuisine, because turmeric is good for you, all these other things, and there's a bunch of different things for that. Western medicine is go to the doctor because you're sick. And so there is a place for that, for the idea of staying healthy and doing that. So a lot of intellectuals see that as being in touch with nature. Now, a lot of them also probably do ketamine, so your mileage will vary. And yes, chat, I will do tantric sex with you for a dollar. For a dollar amount that none of you will reach.
The copay for tantric sex therapy is certainly something.
Listen, it's out of pocket for real.
Oh my god.
When you're a public figure on the internet, you can't really prevent people from forming parasocial relationships with you, but you can make it
So
easier
I decided to
or
form
harder
real
for them. I
relationships
opt for
with
the
them.
latter. I rarely appear on camera, I rarely speak unscripted, and I don't talk much about my personal life. And that's not going to change today. I'm not going to share specifics about my partners or
Time
my
out.
experience
Time
of...
out. Time out.
This
time
is
out,
a
time out.
wacky image, by the way.
It is. Oh, don't. Why you gotta do this to me? But also, he says that, but this article exists, and he puts his CV in his videos. So you instantly find that he uses his persona.
The CV is to add extra partners to the polycule.
Yeah. That's why it's so ass. They have to explore.
Holy shit.
polyamory, but people do take advantage of this. In a partial vacuum of information, bad faith actors just make assumptions or outright fabricate, which puts me in the position of either allowing false info to spread about me or divulging things that are nobody's business if I want to correct it. And neither is a win for me. Turns out you can't fight discourse with discourse. That said, while I don't talk a lot about being polyamorous, it's not exactly a secret. The right knows this about me because years before I was a YouTuber, a partner of mine went on the Huffington Post Live to talk about polyamory and invited me to join.
This is the
and
article.
After I made my series on misogynist harassment campaigns, Gamergate slew.
This guy really presented himself. Why is it playing baby videos? What is this? What
the fuck? No, Diesel, we're gonna get copyright claim.
Holy shit.
No, I'm screaming at the children.
This like guy set himself up to like get ridiculed, right? It's just like, I don't know. Like, I don't have a problem with people who do any of those lifestyles. I've met enough people to know that, like, my opinion of it from the internet is just that there's, like, stupid, weird, antisocial people that don't know how to have sex and be proactive towards each other. And so I don't judge all those people based on that. But then when you see people like this who get in a video and, like, sheepishly explain and are also, like, clearly miserable all the time, it's just like, you're not doing yourself any favors for presenting your side of the argument. Like, you make yourself to look sad. Like, you look sad.
Yeah, I mean, I can openly say this. I'm not into cuckoldry. It's really fucking, for me, I don't like it. I don't want to see that with any of my partners. I've never wanted to see that. Being propositioned to it still felt weird to me. I think about it and still feel weird about it. And not in like a bad way. And I'm like, it's just not for me. It's like one of those things where it's like, I think the biggest thing that I keep hearing in this video, and this is the second time I've listened to it now, he sounds really upset by being called a cuck in a way.
Yeah,
that,
he
like,
sounds like he's personally upset because he has like some like personal connection to it. You know?
And it's very interesting because the Huffington Post Live that he and his partner were a part of, his partner, again, sex therapist. We don't need to go into her LinkedIn page or shit like that. She's a public person. She did like a Reddit AMA. That whole thing was about jealousy in a polyamorous relationship and how to deal with it. And this video is very telling on him.
Sleuths went all the way to the second page of Google search results to dig it up. And since the only version of polyamory they can fathom is a guy whose partner cheats on him and gaslights him into thinking he's okay with it, I've been hearing them chant,
"You let your wife sleep with other men,"
for the last 5 years. Let the
Yep,
record show
nope,
that when
this
I
is
accused
too
them of being
personal.
a sexist hate mob, they
This
countered
is
with,
too
"You
personal.
can't keep a leash on your woman."
Oh boy.
Which I found a poor rebuttal. And I should say, while
It'll get worse.
Deeply uncomfortable to have strangers essentially.
Bro, why
writing...
you gotta put Nick Offerman in this, man? What the hell you ever do? Parks and Recs guy. What is this?
What was this video about again?
I thought it was about how something about COVID.
Cuckoldry is racist.
Why,
Racist, right?
Why is there the word COVID in the title of this video?
Because this was a series of videos made in COVID. Yeah, he made a video. He made the alt-right playbook. From what I can tell, he made the alt-right playbook stuff, and then he made a series of videos during COVID, and he would title them the COVID videos, yada yada blah blah blah. But remember, Diesel, just keep in mind this video is about cuckoldry being racist. Remember.
Fanfic about what they think I do or don't do with my junk and getting paid for it. I don't actually care that these people think I'm a cuck. And I understand that not caring that people think I'm a cuck is proof of what a cuck is.
You do sound like you care. I gotta be frank. I know. Doth protest too much. Yes. It's always the people who make it like their personality that seem to like always have some personal hangups, but like people who like do a thing and then don't talk about it are like the normal ones. That's usually what it is, right? Where it's like just how people go about their life versus people who make it their thing.
Well, here's the thing, right? I'll open. This is like a thing that people probably don't understand if you're not in around the area. And this has been told to me secondhand, so take it what it is, right? Cuckoldry is usually hetero couples that are not polyamorous because cuckoldry is an offshoot of BDSM culture. Cuckoldry is not part of the polyam culture. It's an offshoot of BDSM culture. So like he didn't
like the porn he showed earlier
Mhm.
was definitely that was BDSM porn 100%.
It's sissification.
Yeah.
Where the fuck is my boy sissy fucking recovery over here? I miss him every day. Wheatley, where are you? It's just like, yeah, so he clearly misunderstands the entire thing.
I can see that connection. That's a interesting revelation, but I'm not sex experienced enough to quantify if it's real or not.
Neither with that shit either.
I am, or alternately that everyone cares deeply about not being cucks and only a cuck would lie about it. But seriously, it is a model of relationships and masculinity so far removed from my own, it doesn't even qualify as an insult. And I think they know that. I can always tell when one of these videos comes out because I get an influx of commenters going cuck, cuck, cuck. And I confess, sometimes it's fun to mess with them, but it's not really
Oh my god. What? Brother, stop feeding it. Don't answer it. That's not what you do. Everybody says don't do this. Oh my god.
How is it not part of polyamory group? It's two people agreeing to bring a third into a relationship. Is that not the definition of poly? No, because cuckoldry is only sex. Cuckoldry is only sex. It is not a relationship status. That's the big difference. It's the same thing. So this is inherently part of the problem why a lot of people make fun of fetish play. Specifically BDSM, or very famously, if you've seen the Turkey Tom video where he hung out with the fucking puppy girl, bringing kink to making your kink a lifestyle is not only inherently cringe, it is in some way fucking predatory because you are asking a general public to engage in your kink with you by doing it on full display. Nobody fucking wants that. Listen, big titty goth mommies, my DMs are always open. I swear to God, but I am not putting you on a leash in public. It is like that is for you and me in the bedroom. Again, the op block on Twitter if you are a big titty goth mommy.
Crazy.
Thank you.
That's crazy. Yeah, I think it was Puppy Girl Jenna that Tom hung out with,
Yes.
right? Yeah.
Yeah.
She's actually mad nice too. I've talked to her before.
Yeah,
she's actually like mad normal when she's not doing her thing.
Yeah. Well, like I was about to say, that's probably a little bit more for play, but like,
yeah, it is.
This is like this, like it's very different with other people because it's very famously. If people remember on TikTok, there was a girl with a lazy eye. I fucking know how she is, and her and her boyfriend would go in like a Walmart, and they would film these TikToks where he would just choke her. And the only reason I remember is because like her fucking lazy eye would fucking like focus for a second and then go out of focus during the fucking TikTok.
Jesus,
It was so bad. I wish I could find those TikToks. They're so bad.
For me, it's for their own benefit. It's performative. They see polyamory as a disruption to their idea of what it means to be a man in a relationship and feel a need to reassert their model. It's insulting me.
Dude, I'm so fucking tired of the culture war. I'm like, this video is like a 5-year-old relic of the culture war, and it's just like, who cares? Who cares about the sex other people have?
It's so interesting to me because it's the culture war during just the middle of COVID. And it's just like I know that there was an uptick during it, but it's so fascinating to me because everyone was in their homes. Everybody was in their homes at this point. So the culture war is like what?
Dude, it was literally arguing online about nothing that nobody can make a difference on at all whatsoever. You can really tell which people are here from the raid because they're like, settle down, tipster. Listen, buddy, you might not be from around here very often. I don't think you've tasted my sauce as much as you think.
Speaking of that, when are we buying the Billy Mitchell hot sauce?
What do I look like? A billionaire? I'm a YouTuber. I'm $100,000 in debt.
As a form of self-talk and in-group solidarity. I've talked about how conservatism tends to view the world hierarchically. There can't simply be two relationship models that are both valid. They have to be.
I can't imagine being a viewer of this. This is really boring.
It is, right? How did this guy get so fucking famous?
This guy had one video blow up from Phil Fish and then tried to parlay that into a career, but he really didn't prepare or like increase his, like, he was a blogger born too late, right? Like if this was the early 2000s and this was a blog, it would have done gangbusters, but nobody gives a shit about it now.
Well, what's interesting, if you go to his channel, it's not the Phil Fish video. It's the alt-right playbook video. That thing got around. I think one of them has like almost like 5 million views on it now. Like that's what got him around, but he clearly lost interest in it. And it would get shorter and shorter and shorter. And it's very, very interesting to see like this guy's career decline due to his own incompetence. And then he's asking his audience to pay. I said this on stream. I'll say this again. This is a sympathy scam. I said this for the other guy. It's a sympathy scam. Like, I'll say it 10 tones down. No one should be. If you cannot show your financial records to your audience about how you got into debt and what those credit card debts were used for, this is a sympathy scam.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know. Like, this video's production is just, it's bad. Like, it's bad. There's no reason for it to have cost any money. I mean, yeah. Outside of the labor hours required to write it, putting this together would have been very easy and doable in like maybe 2 hours. Like if you're not like the world's slowest editor, you know, but there's just no reason for it at all. I really don't care to watch the rest of this unless something outrageous happens.
There is something outrageous that happens. We have to continue and then we could stop after that point. You will see a very famous person of Hollywood,
One
and there's
is
a reason
good,
why.
the other must be bad. And that by being polyamorous, by treating polyamory as valid, I am inviting the counter-argument that no, in fact, it is monogamy that is valid. Because if polyamory is valid, then I'm saying they should be polyamorous too. Which, boys, from the bottom of my heart, no, you should not.
Dude, this is like I'm being held against my will to watch the cuck video.
Like,
you
you're
are,
a
yes,
pack
you
of
are.
heterosexual misogynist men. I don't think you should be dating anyone. Also, I don't concern myself with the relationship models of people I'm not trying to make out with. Now, an interesting thing about that HuffPo interview is Steve Harvey's people saw it, and they invited us onto their show. Nothing came of it. They actually ghosted us after a few phone calls, though I now get to say Steve Harvey outed me to my family. But it meant we spent a couple of weeks vetting Steve Harvey, and we learned a bit about what he thinks of men. Among Steve Harvey's many beliefs are that men can't be friends with women. They only want to sleep with them. And that men never turn their fuck buddies.
The old Steve Harvey thinks that. Oh, it colored me shocked.
Weird, wait. But here's a weird thing. Remember when he said he didn't want to name like conservatives, and he's using Nick Offerman, a white man, as a placeholder. Really interesting that he prominently features a black man in his cuckoldry is racist video, and is harping on a black man.
Oh boy.
Now do you understand?
I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Interesting that the only person he mentions is a prominent black figure in Hollywood. Weird, but I thought cuckoldry was racism. Wait a second. Is he racist? No. It can't be.
Oh my God,
Diesel.
the educated leftist is actually, dog whistling that he's racist. Many such cases. Crazy.
It's almost like he'll go on and focus on Steve Harvey very much in the next minute and a half.
Dude, he's really mad. Steve Harvey wasn't down for the polyamorous relationship. It's crazy.
Into relationships, and that men don't nag. And if these claims are countered with personal experience of real and actual men doing these things...
Well, Joy,
That's what I'm hearing.
maybe the position I'm taking is maybe you should check your husband's man card.
I think
Oh my
a lot
God.
about Steve Harvey's man card.
Why do you think about that, dude? That line doesn't land the way you think it does. Because it was like meant to be an own, but it just comes off as like, why are you cuck-vestigating Steve Harvey?
So let's think about it for a second, right? So he sets up this video, and he's like, okay, so the reason why cuckoldry is inherently racist and misogynistic is because it comes from the identification of the parasitic host, because black men, and he'll go into it later if you want to continue with it, he'll go into the slavery thing and black men are animalistic and things like that. But weird how he focuses on Steve Harvey, a black man, emasculating him. Right? Really weird how the only person in this video that is emasculating Ian, what the fuck is his last name? Durkin, Duckin, Dick for Brains?
Dick Skin or something.
Dixon. Really weird how the only person in this video emasculating him, making him feel demoralized, checking his man card, conceivably cucking him in real life, is a black man, and he's only angry at the black man.
Like, setting aside the obvious flaw with this argument,
This is pure crap, by the way.
that's really the meat of all these comments and tweets and retumbles, isn't it?
Ian Danskin, check the expiration date on your man card.
And it's funny. I can't deny that it's funny. Because if we wanted to play that game, we could play that game. There are a lot of stereotypical male fantasies that get put on the table in an open relationship, from group sex to casual hookups while maintaining a stable relationship to sleeping with all your
Oh my
attractive
God,
friends.
the Life is Strange image there just hit me like a fucking bag of fucking rocks. Jesus Christ, talk about not the good example to use.
Very much not. Oh, almost like that game is a part of like it's like a problematic gay relationship.
It's not only a problematic gay relationship, it is the exact opposite of a healthy relationship.
Yeah. Oh boy.
Oh my God.
But that's not where their minds go. And when they call me a cuck, I do toy with saying, oh darn, I'll be sure to meditate on what a cuck I am during my next three-way just to get their heads spinning. I'm not saying I've had a lot of three-ways. I'm also not saying I have.
You shouldn't have said that part. If you just ended it with being like, oh, I'll think about that during my next three-way, I'd have been like, okay, that's a decent one, whatever, But then he had to say, like, I haven't had a lot of three-ways. No, buddy, you want to tell people that you've had a lot of three-ways, okay? Even though you hadn't, it's just, it helps your argument to not elaborate.
Remember, this guy got over 107. Like, he has like upwards of 170K that people donated.
No,
to him.
this guy does not do anything anywhere near creative to justify that kind of money.
Because it is, again, none of your business. But I'm not going to play that game. I'm not going to say polyamory is good actually because sometimes it's alpha. The truth is, I've been at this a while, and there have been stretches where I was dating only one person who had multiple partners. There have also been stretches where I was dating multiple people, all of whom were only involved with me, so I guess I was cucking them. And honestly, it's all just dating. You do this long enough, you're gonna be in a lot of permutations.
This fucking chart is wild.
Okay, wait.
This fucking chart is this is
this
is the hipsterification of relationships. They
done gentrified my Portlandia polycule, bro. They done gentrified us.
The last one, the unicorn quad. Read the little thing next to the unicorn quad.
The unicorn quad has not been observed in nature and is hypothesized to be highly unstable. Bartenders near Reed College claim to have indirectly detected it in the form of a highly energetic entangled decay products, but its statistical significance of less than 3 sigma. Okay. What in the home stuck is really funny. Polyamory Punnett Square.
Punnett Square. Oh fuck.
This is
It's a hard watch.
I like the implication here is that you can go from like a single up to a unicorn quad. Like it almost implies like a series of progression.
Yeah. It's like evolving in Pokemon. You know, get enough stones together, you'll crack a few eggs.
Long enough, you're gonna be in a lot of permutations. But the reason these guys hear polyamory and their minds immediately go to guy who stays at home and cries while his wife is out with other men is because that's what they're afraid of. There are many reasons to choose monogamy over polyamory, but theirs is fear. They are afraid of getting cheated on.
Stop.
I don't think that's how people work, but okay.
Monogamy listen. Monogamy is the normal, quote, normal or majority relationship type. I understand the way I date is abnormal. I to people. I get that. But it's not fear that people don't date like that. It's just the majority of people. Like it doesn't like it's literally like I want to put this guy's like head through a shredder. Sometimes I just like I mean it's fuck just out like, bedpost.
Not to like oversimplify it, but I mean it really is different strokes for different folks. Yeah. Like
and like
some people just don't want that. Like that's fine.
And he's coming off so incredibly emasculated and attempting to sound like important. That's what's like. If you ever want to know what killed the left on the internet, it's this. Like unironically, this is what kills the left on the internet. It's Xander Hall being please. I know. Cherry, I can't access my PayPal account. It's Vosh looking at lolicon porn. It's all these things. It's because all these people are incredibly believed to be self-important, but they're all really, really, really insecure on the inside. And they think, and they masquerade with emotional intelligence as as that is them being important in the world.
All of his vids are like this, by the way. He's incapable of understanding others' views while acting. Yeah, I was gonna say like this whole like his view of monogamy reeks of I don't really hang out with that many people, and I'm not like a well socialized person. I know this was during the pandemic, so that was kind of like everybody, but like also in the same breath, like this guy's like what 40. He's old.
Like at this point. Yeah, at this point. Well, that's like when you were shitting on his CV, I was like, this guy's been in the industry for a very long time.
Yeah, he's way too old to be acting how he's acting. It's like you're supposed to mellow out with age, buddy, and also, you should know how to write a resume. That was really pathetic, but
well, his website leads to multiple dead links. The projects that he's worked on, like this is also the other issue too. Like, as I'm not a film guy. You're the film guy, but it probably doesn't behoove you to work on a specific set of passion and or political projects, because it does narrow the playing field of what you can do for people who either want to create something on a different political spectrum or want to create an apolitical project. Like, it doesn't look good for you when you only do that.
Their masculinity. Monogamy makes them feel secure in possessing the object of their desire. So cuckoldry is horrifying because it means no longer possessing the object.
Okay, well, like you're talking about that from like a man's perspective of possessing a woman, but about women who are monogamous. What like a relationship is like a consensual role between two people. So, like, what is their view of the situation? You've completely ignored that in this equation and just pre-assumed the basis of monogamy.
Yeah. Also, cuck queens exist. There are women who want to be cucked as well, which is like a weird like thing that he is also not addressing. Also, extremely gonna be fucking soy and gay for a second. You know, for the leftists, you're really taking a heteronormative perspective. Really fucking interesting. Really fucking. So what do we got? Racist? Homophobic? What else are you, Ian Dansky?
But the object still possessing them. Of course, a hierarchical mindset is terrified of polyamory because they cannot imagine their partner could date multiple people and not rank them. And they fear not being at the top. They're afraid of being insufficient, of not being sexy or manly or interesting enough to keep a woman from wandering but liking her too much to cut her loose when she does. And they're afraid of polyamory getting normalized, of people they want to date asking them to consent to things they're not comfortable with, and getting shamed as relics of the past if they refuse. Or, at the very least, that's what their audience is afraid of, and feeding that fear makes them money.
Fun fact, cuck queens are overrepresented in the lesbian community. That is the most outrageous thing I've ever read. This stream is going a lot of places today.
7 ad breaks. So there's a lot of profit in selling Steve Harvey's
Oh, 7 ad breaks. Where? Why am I so poor? Where? Me waxing, smug about 7 ad breaks.
Again. Ian, you're bringing up a black man. Very telling. Why are you so obsessed with this black guy? Why are you so obsessed with Steve Harvey, who is Hollywood black royalty, and being very mad at him? It seems incredibly racist.
I'm just not sure how I'm supposed to use it, Like, do I get student discounts? Frequent flyer miles? These guys say I'm a cuck for being polyamorous, right? So presumably,
wait, go back for a second. Go back to the picture of the credit card.
Do I get student discounts? Frequent.
Wait.
Ian, why did you choose a black man for this? Why are you continually racist?
Oh my god. This shit is, listen, respectfully, this shit is very gay. All right. You know what the most masculine thing is? Not caring what other people think and living your life how you want it. Okay. Like all these guys that get online and like wear a flannel shirt. I know I'm wearing a flannel shirt. That is not a comment on myself. But like these guys who get like on a flannel shirt and they have a beard and they have like a wood cabin background and they tell you what is and isn't a woman and what is and isn't masculine and this, that, and the other thing. Like that's cringe. All right. Like you're in your 20s and you need some other guy to tell you how to be a man. Brother, go out and do it yourself. All right. If you want to do something, just do it. The world is your fucking oyster. Why the fuck do you need all these weirdos telling you what is and isn't okay? All right. Why do you care so much what other people are doing in their life? Do you have nothing better going on that's what you do in a day? Like Jesus Christ, get a fucking hobby. Gay Diesel is projecting. Lesbian Diesel. Listen, I know people like the chest hair, okay? I'm just providing, all right?
I'm glad you finally realized something for once.
Yeah, I literally since Ash said I should dress more cunty, I've just been dressing more cunty.
You'll see the uptick in views. It'll stabilize. You'll see it.
Flyer miles? These guys say I'm a cuck for being polyamorous, right? So presumably, to no longer be a cuck, I'd have to stop. The thing is, I can't just end all my relationships, save one, and become a monogamist. You might gather that I don't date monogamous people. I date polyamorous people.
When I first saw Diesel, I thought he was a hyper-mask lesbian.
I appreciate that.
Oh my god. Diesel boss in a mini.
Who want to be in a closed relationship. So they would probably just break up with me. And I'm close with a lot of my partner's partners, so I wouldn't just be losing my relationships, but an entire extended community. And men and...
Yeah, hang out with people outside of your fucking polycule, buddy.
Oh, no, he won't. You'll see why. You'll see why.
That's exactly... Because we had tracked that earlier, where I was like, he doesn't hang out with people that aren't just like him. He's only around people that are just like him. Like, this is the Portland polycule guy. Like,
it is.
Women can't be friends, apparently, which I find distressing because most of my friends are women. And I don't know Steve Harvey's stance on my friendships with trans and non-binary people, but I can't
Why are
imagine
you
he
focused
thinks
on
highly
Steve
of them.
Harvey
And from
still?
the other things people who call me a cuck say, I've gathered that emotional intimacy with other men is gay and therefore bad. And being in therapy means you're weak, and taking antidepressants is for cowards. So all I gotta do is cut out every emotionally supportive relationship in my life, go off my meds, lose all my safety nets, and turn my entire life ass over tea kettle. And in return, I'll get what? Guys.
Well, you won't be 100K in debt.
I get what? Your respect? Weirdos will stop yelling at me?
Yes, Ian. Become what we want, and we'll stop fucking with you.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's an abuse tactic, but setting that aside, these people who flood my comment sections to insult me every time a bearded white man mentions my name, who post screenshots of my work out of context to misrepresent me, am I supposed to want their approval? I'm supposed to want to leave my community for theirs. I'm supposed to adopt their view of how to be a man. These guys who spend
literally
hours
the entire culture war is people who don't go outside and don't touch grass and don't talk to people that are outside of their like socio-economic social circle. Okay, like literally, like you become less annoying when you talk to different people. Like I know I'm just like reiterating the touch grass thing, but you guys have no idea how little grass people are touching and the detrimental effects it's having on society. Me doing a TED Talk. What grass is and why you should touch it. Oh my god.
their day, keyword searching on Twitter so they can pick fights with strangers. Am I supposed to believe they're happier than me? What's in it for me? I mean, I know the default response to this question is to just shame you until you stop asking it. You have to get pretty deep in the manosphere before you find people actually trying to answer it, and that's a subject for another day.
Being a real man will not make you happy.
Oh, yeah, the porn is coming up again.
Happiness is for cucks.
Yeah,
I'm not seeing the percentage. I have my ups and downs, same as everybody, but what I'm doing works for me. And let's say I am unconvinced that what they're doing works for anybody. I don't know. I guess I just find the whole cuckoldry thing fascinating because it's a collision of the right's incompatible worldviews. Like, they could just cop to it, just admit, we idolize masculinity because we're men, and it feels good to think the world belongs to you. That would at least be consistent. But no, they gotta gussy it up with all this bullcorn about the essential character of manliness.
You can't show cuck porn in your video and then not swear. I'm sorry. You showed a guy wearing a dog collar being held by the collar, and his partner was being railed by like LeBron James or something, dude. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
Diesel, can you go to MS Paint and show for the chat what was going on?
I am definitely not going to do that, but just imagine the most racist image you could possibly think of with a white couple and a black man, and it was that doggy style.
Oh, it wasn't even.
I mean, she was like
she was laid out on her stomach.
She was like laid out. Yeah, he was like, she was gonna be feeling that in the morning, you know, like. And he was like, I don't know, like crying. I don't know. He might have had his cock in a cage, but you know, you can't tell.
His cock was in a cage.
It definitely probably was in a cage. Yes.
Yeah.
About power and stoicism and sexual appetites, satisfying and controlling your woman.
Okay.
I was just introduced to the phrase paleo-larping, which is perfect.
Soy died a long time ago. Killed by Diesel the bisexual. Chris the Fish and Daddy Beckett. Left was screaming CL block Falgi, loved by every pony.
You know, that's nice.
I'm not loved.
I
by
need an
everybody.
MS Paint
Don't
visual
care
aid,
anymore.
please.
Okay, fine. I will make it because there was a donation. Draw a line.
You're insane.
Oh boy. All right. This was like, what did I use this for? I used this like a billion years ago. All right, here we go. Boom. Okay. So there was a guy, and he was like, yeah, he was like crying. He was like, eh.
Did
Right?
his tears go upward?
Yeah, that's how much he's crying. He's really sad like that. Yeah. And he had a little collar on like that. And he was on his knees like that. And his penor was out like that.
No, you can't drop the penor.
Nobody
You
could
can't-
tell. Nobody could tell. And then he was standing there. And
Got a big
there's
couch
like,
now.
yeah, there's a big couch, right? There's like no, it's like one of those couches that doesn't have a corner. So there's like a, and
Oh fuck.
she's like, oh,
No.
and she's like splayed out. She's like almost pressed into it. She's being railed so hard. I know there's a word for that. And was it her holding it? I think it was her.
She was holding the leash.
Okay.
Now Diesel,
Mhm.
dude, you're gonna get a different color.
No, okay, no, because I don't see race. And
Oh,
he was
fuck.
like, he was practically like,
He's on top. Yeah.
but he was pretty big. Like he legitimately, yeah. It was like a breeding press.
Yeah, he was
Yeah,
he
he
was
was-
pressed into the
Yeah.
grooves of her body.
There we go. And then you couldn't see his face. His face was turned away, so it was just.
And he had a big butt.
He was also bald, and yeah, he had a really big butt. There we go. And
No.
that's his butt.
Was he a T-Rex?
Oh, a mating press. That's what it's called. Yeah, that's
Mating
the
press,
position.
yes,
Yeah.
yes.
And yeah, and it was like censored over that.
That's so fun. And I want to point out the only thing that was censored was the guy's penor.
Yes, you could see cheek to cheek.
Cheek, a little bit of everything else, and her boobies.
Yes. We gotta make sure not to show the porn coming up.
Yeah. Just leave
Real
that on
Man
screen.
is built for leading tribes and hunting the mammoth. That's us in our natural state. But then you've got white supremacy idolizing Europe, saying that whites are the architects of civilization, that what makes us great is that we're...
Hey, I think idolizing Europe might be a gross simplification of their outrageously insane worldview, because it's more like Nordic mysticism. But I guess this guy wasn't really up to date on his white supremacy lore.
I think what's really interesting, because I was listening to something from the Art CC recently, like somebody being like, look at all these ancient, or look at all these masterclass works, fucking Da Vinci, Van Gogh, Michelangelo, all white guys. And I'm like, that's white by today's standards. They were just people by their standards.
Yeah.
You are missing the mark entirely on our history.
That's like a very recent thing. This whole like race science thing. Yeah. Da Vinci was Italian.
Yeah.
So. Also, there are tons of amazing black artists. It's just that nobody goes to a fucking museum or learns anything. But whatever.
cultured and intellectual. We painted chapels and took credit for mathematics. It was right of us to enslave those brutish and animalistic Africans. But of course,
It's just he's not like well versed in his history enough to even be talking about this. He's just like very ignorant. But I think that's a lot of the people who engage with this anyway. So it's like whatever. But
can't idolize Paleolithic man and denigrate Africa. White supremacy has got them stereotyping black men.
Whoa.
Now,
okay.
I want to say something. This shout out to Mod Greg. When Mod Greg saw this, he said, "Look at those cum gutters." That's all I'm gonna say.
This guy is fucking jacked. Again, picture the most strong black man you can possibly muster in your head, and then
think
like
that he's
you didn't think that he's like all sweaty and
dehydrated at the same time, so his muscles pop.
Into being everything toxic masculinity says they should be. Strong and sexually voracious. And what do they do with that tension? What does anyone do? They eroticize it. Of course, they're going to have an inferiority complex around black men. To paraphrase T.
This guy, I feel like he's really projecting. I think he really does got the black fetish, dude.
He do.
He doth protest too
Champagne
much.
sharks. Of course, they're going to have an obsession with the black penis. Of course, one of the driving fears and morbid curiosities of their entire
dude,
politics
it's Kanye West's fucking album, fucking My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy.
do you think he sings his new song unironically?
I mean, if he wants money, I think he better start. Clearly, the grift only works one way.
Be the image of a black man fucking their girlfriend. And of course, they're going to project all their fears onto you when you say go and God bless when your partner clicks with someone else.
Not that I care, but I'm going to take 40 minutes to explain how much this clearly bothers you.
These boys have hang-ups, and there's no arguing with it. They don't...
Not all black pena is big. I can confirm. From experience.
You know, I talk to enough women to know that is a fact, and that it is projection from insecure people, but thank you.
I will say this. He's just going to talk about how great his relationship is. There's really no point to watching this anymore. You have gotten his implicit race play fetish racism, and he was cucked by Steve Harvey. Now you can go on to the other bald man and determine if he relapsed or not.
I really hope he didn't relapse. The other guy I actually think is coming at it from like a really honest perspective, personally, given his past content.
Here's what I will say.
Unless he's really actually relapsed, and then he's just going to spend that money on drugs, which would be very sad. Because he is a father now, so...
I would like to not hope he relapsed. I know that he's been like 15 years sober. It's just the way... So I sent you the...
preserve tube.
No, but I sent you a picture of his statement, right? So I sent you a picture of his statement on because the community post talking about this is over. So that video went up within about from what I was told, because the video was taken down and I had to go on PreserveTube. About 2 to 3 hours after this post went up, he would put up that video, from what I was told.
Okay. I recently saw a YouTuber on the verge of bankruptcy do a GoFundMe to get his life back on track. People were stoked to help him. I'm going to guess that's ours truly, Mr.
Yes.
Innuendo. Okay. Hypothetically, Lamau, how do you feel about that kind of thing? Long story short, I learned a lesson. Read your contracts the hard way, and now I'm circling the drain. Okay, so he got fucked. He got fucked in a contract. Yes. I know he's done books before, so that might be where all that money went.
Yeah, from what I could tell, it was a book contract.
Not sure what to do, but seeing that GoFundMe did open up the possibility to ask for help. Yeah, I probably wouldn't do that. But then also you also have to pivot to doing something else to try and seize that income hole that was just created. Would this feel like begging? It quite literally is. Or asking other people to pay for my mistakes. It is. Or is this a legitimate lifeline? It's not. I'm not bad with money, but this mistake has somewhat cooked my life. Figured I'd ask here first instead of hitting you with the old hi. I'm days from bankruptcy, and if I don't sort it out now, I'll probably lose all my book money too video.
Now, before you watch the video, he has now put up a recent post of why he privated it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I saw that he was saying that it like... Okay, so it was edited, right?
Mm-hmm.
Words don't come close. I can't stop crying. Oh, brother.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you forever and ever, blah, blah, blah. I'm currently in a weird state of graceful shock. I'm going to collect my scattered thoughts and then attempt to make a coherent thank you video. Until then, I just wanted to say you've changed my life more than you know. Video is private now because algorithm picked it up, and I wanted to stop the spread out of fear of getting financially targeted before I finish the actual debt-paying process. What? I don't know what that means. What does that mean?
Financially
And you know who
targeted.
else is bad
So,
with money?
It's very
Oh,
interesting
wait,
that he
wrong
says
stream.
financially targeted.
Yeah, that implies like somebody wants the money. So did he not follow through on something?
I do believe now I will say this, it still feels like a sympathy scam to me personally, because you're not because long story short, in the video he says that he is going to make a follow-up about the bad contract he signed. But when
he should have opened with that.
He doesn't. And he got paid out, so why does he need to make a video about the bad contract now?
Yeah.
So if he never does that, what the fuck?
Unironic. Okay. Also, at this size of a YouTuber, get a lawyer to read your contracts. But also, I'm kind of preaching to the choir. Yada yada. He is vague about his debt. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, let's see what it is. 6 minutes. Thank God. At least this guy doesn't waste that much time.
You read the title. That's what's up. I am drowning in debt. Real bad debt. It's getting worse. It's just getting progressively worse.
Dude, can we just listen? I know this guy can make good videos. So why the fuck is he doing it with the 1 HP webcam thing that the other guy did, dude? That makes it sound suspicious.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let's do it normal style, all right? Don't fucking... This is weird. This is screaming like there's some... Not... Something sussy.
Mm-hmm. It's been doing this for about 2 years.
I don't believe it's a contract shit. He just saw an opportunity for a quick bag, which is crazy because, 1, this guy is a professional illustrator. 2, this guy is a professional author with multiple successful books. And 3, his channel's doing pretty fucking good, so I can't imagine that was the case.
The amount is about 130k US or 200k AUD, and I have been trying to pay it off, but the interest and just general life events have made it feel like I'm running on this freaking treadmill and running really, really hard, and just keep running and running and running and running, and then it's like, I don't know, I'll get some momentum, and then like some health scare thing happens, and it's like, okay, off you go. Yeah, the reason that I am in this debt is something that I will talk about in another video. Long story short, read your contracts, everybody. Read your contracts. It's not going away, no matter how much I stick my head in the sand, or no matter how much I seem to work and actually try to address it. It just doesn't seem to go away. Because I've been struggling with this for like 2 years.
So this is just op. This is just op pontificating from researcher KJ. I'm not sure. I'm still looking into it, but he might have gotten an advance on the payout, like the pink sauce lady, and spent it.
Yeah, that's what it feels like.
Looking at his books, it looks like he's releasing 3 books this year. My guess is he had signed a 4-book deal and got a pay while he Well, the deal went over his deadline, and now they either want the payback or the books. Yeah, like maybe he didn't follow through and finish the books in time. He's been clean for a long time. I don't even want to say this guy. So like the thing is, right, with commentary, we're like, don't show emotion, don't do this, don't do that. It doesn't work the same way on other like platforms or not in other niches on YouTube,
Wait,
right?
look at how dilated his pupils are.
But the thing is, right, with productivity YouTube, right, there's like this presumption of like honesty and openness about things, right? So his thing is like, I'm a former addict. Here's how I pulled my life together. This, that, and the other thing. And he's been sober over a decade, right? Like, that's a really long fucking time, right? So I'm not going to go out on a limb here and say, oh, well, he must have relapsed, right? And it's like, yeah, I understand that his pupils are dilated, right? But also the room is dark, right? Like there are other examples to give before we start like picturing that like a father of people just all of a sudden decided to relapse.
Yeah, it's you don't want him to relapse. I don't think he did. You can make the tee hee ha ha for a second, but reality, there's something fishy about this.
There's something about like he didn't follow through on a contractual obligation, and somebody wants the money and he doesn't have it. That's what it has. It sounds like that he didn't finish it, right? Especially the book thing makes sense to me, is what I'm saying. But I mean, obviously we don't know. But it's like with other like genres on YouTube, people are much more open than in commentary, and that's just it just is what it is, right?
Yeah.
Like we obviously know that's like really fucking insane. And sometimes when it crosses the firmament, we're like, what the fuck is wrong with you? But like lifestyle and family channels, even worse.
I think the inherent issue I have with this is the feeling out after a successful GoFundMe campaign.
No, that's
do it.
That's scummy, right? That reeks of like, I could be grinding it out to figure this out, or I could just, reap out on some goodwill from my audience, right?
Because do you still have Innuendo Studios video up?
I probably do. Yes.
So if you go down, you see some pretty big YouTuber names. You see Jacob Geller. You see Philosophy Tube. You see big, like you do see people from the leftist adjacent space as well as the Nebula space, because guess what? Innuendo Studios is on Nebula.
Yeah.
And he gets money from Nebula. And you're trying to think,
God, bro.
How did he fucking waste all of that money? And it's interesting that people from Nebula are the ones commenting under this dude.
Mm-hmm. I wonder why. Is Nebula not following through on their stuff either? I know there had been discussion about that before. I can't remember in what context, but I remember having that conversation recently.
So here's what I would say. He's accrued debt over. He hasn't paid back. So the big thing with Innuendo Studios is that he didn't pay back taxes. That's the big. He had. If you go to his GoFundMe, you would see for if you go to Innuendo Studios GoFundMe page, which raised 150. He finally closed it. Good for him. If you go down, go to read more. He owes $59K in back taxes.
That's insane. That's insane. He must have been making good money.
Which means he didn't. Assuming I can correct
he wasn't doing his taxes, but whoever the fuck he was paying to edit those videos was making off like a bandit.
Yeah, he was.
Shit.
Either he was cooking the books, or this is like again, this is another problem I have with leftists. They're like, oh, capitalism bad. What do we function under? Get the fuck over it. Stop being a big bitch and pay your fucking taxes, because then you get a fucking tax lien for fucking like $87K.
Damn. God damn, somebody was making off good. Shit.
I know.
Ain't no reason a cuckold video would have taken more than 2 hours of labor. And I was just say, yeah, you know, I spent weeks on this.
And I've just been working. Man, like, literally, like, I swear to God, like, more than one night a week, I'll pull an all-nighter just to, like, make enough money. It's so cooked, dude. It's so cooked. And I feel like I used to be good at making money, then I got into this situation, and it really just, like, knocked me about. You know, it knocked the confidence that I had, I think, because I was, like, working. I don't know, I guess maybe I thought I was good with money and good with, like, contracts or whatever, but yeah. The
Dude, his fucking whatever happened with this book, they must have paid him up front for it, and he not because his deadline for the book, or his the book deadline was supposed to be May 20th for a book. Oh my God, Goodreads. Expected publication date May 20th, 2025. It's today.
Oh, somebody fucked up.
Sounds like somebody didn't follow through and finish making their book.
Sounds like somebody sympathy scammed to make sure.
Yeah, and all the all-nighters, that would make sense. It's just like, I mean, you know, it's like, this is one of those things where I bring it up and it's like people, like when I do a lot of work chat, I don't stream as much because I'm prioritizing one over the other. And it just sounds like he's not prioritizing the book, which might be a more long-term success thing than YouTube, which could be fleeting here one day and gone to next.
Yeah, because he focuses on the books in this statement. He's like, I want to make like wealth for my family.
Yeah.
The book would be perpetual in his eyes.
Yeah, and so and him talking about doing the all-nighters, he's just not. And that's the thing with YouTube, is like you can get stuck on an endless treadmill of making content, but I gotta be honest, this does not make you rich. I don't know a single YouTuber who got generationally wealthy making YouTube videos. They don't exist.
After a certain point, and maybe that compounded, I don't know. Now I've got one option, which is bankruptcy, and another option, which is to pay it back. Those are basically the two options. The bankruptcy option, the reason that I'm hesitant and the reason that I'm throwing this Hail Mary is because I don't have many assets in this world, and I don't want to lose what I have, which might, I don't know. It's things like, you know, I've got this book coming out, and I just want any book that I write to eventually, like, you know, like help my kids kind of thing. And I don't want bankruptcy to like ruin it, whatever. I feel a lot of shame in doing this. I feel incredibly embarrassed. I feel exposed. I feel vulnerable. I feel stupid.
I would believe that if you didn't make the post saying, I think I might do this.
Yeah, that's what it feels incredibly manipulative.
If he didn't like give like a teaser that he was gonna be like, I'm gonna talk about how I'm financially insolvent.
Yeah.
I would be less sussed out about it.
Yeah.
Like financially illiterate, even though I'm not. But you know, you make one bad decision and it has these repercussions, and you just convince yourself that you are. You know what the saddest part is? I don't want to be rich. I want to be broke. I have a GoFundMe now because I am asking you to help.
Yeah, I guess so. He does want to be broke.
He just doesn't want to be broke. He'd rather be brokey. He's a brokey.
Let me be broke.
I mean, he's technically got negative money. Yeah, people who got generationally wealthy from YouTube use YouTube as a vehicle to start product lines and other businesses like talent agencies or clothing brands. Yeah, you can't. You don't make a. You can make a living on YouTube, but you can't make fucking Rockefeller bread.
Yeah,
making videos.
Yeah, it's definitely a thing. I've thought of it. Like, oh yeah, how you know, if the channel ever got there. I was like, oh, there's something I could do. Oh, wait, somebody fucked it up because they wanted drug money. That's right.
I am haunted, plagued by one dumb decision, and it is just capsizing my life, and I feel like I'll never be able to escape. And I feel like if I could escape, then, I don't know, maybe I could, like, do more things in this world. Like, even the friggin' alphabet superset, right? Like, when I made that, I remember somebody commented, oh my god, I can't believe you made this free. And I was surprised, because, like, obviously it's gonna be free. Like, and then, you wanna know the truth? I was too embarrassed to tell this, but if you remember, there was one December day, I woke up and there was emails after emails after emails going out about the alphabet superset, and the reason was because, because I hadn't paid the money, and there was some sort of glitch because it couldn't access the money because I was too freaking broke. And so I'm like, oh my god, what's going on? I've got this thing that I can't afford, sending 11,000 people, I don't know, like an email every 3 minutes. And my solution was to literally like wipe the whole thing, delete the email list. One of the reasons that this is
How
hard,
high on
and
meth
I
is this guy right
didn't
now?
want to bring
See, no, chat. Like, I get the drug thing, and I was like, oh, he looks like he does drugs because he's got tattoos and shit. But like, unironically, that's like omega gay. Like, this is very clearly he did something stupid contractually because he's like an idiot, right? And it's not drugs, right? I get it. Everybody's like, oh, drugs. But I gotta be honest, like, if you know anybody who's like experienced that shit, like, that's just like you're fucking, like, you're being an idiot. Like, thank you for the $2, but that was cringe.
this up online, but if there was ever a time, it's right now, is because of what I'm trying to do with this channel, which is basically make, like, I don't know, heaps and heaps of like free mental health resources for people.
You make YouTube videos, please don't. You don't. It's just YouTube videos, buddy. Oh my god.
I mean, I hate to say this, but he makes journaling. Like, I looked at his channel. It's journaling. It's shit that
It's literally it's productivity tube. Like,
yeah,
it's dime a dozen.
And I'm gonna be real. Like, if I'm being generous, and I'm going to be generous, it is regurgitated content.
Yeah, you've heard it before. What carries it is his like personality, and that's really it.
If I'm being cruel, it just feels like fucking plagiarism. If I was being cruel, it's regurgitated content. I'm not saying that he's a bad guy. It's just like,
I'm convinced
this is shit you would find in a self-help book.
Yeah, or like you'll see. You know what I've noticed? The same thing with drama content. The same thing happens with productivity tube. So at the same time, all of them were making videos about how there's too much internet stuff now, and they like all put out a video about how there's too much slop. But not like the slop content discourse, right? I'm talking like AI Facebook slop, right? It's a different type of slop.
Oh yeah, you know, I think.
But they were all making that video at the same time. Yeah, that was the last video he put out.
Yeah, I think he has. Yeah, he has that video on that where it's like, and I totally get it. Like, don't get me wrong. I want to make it very clear. It's not. There's a difference, and this is part of the we live in a post H-Bomber guy video universe. There's a difference. I think there is an inherent difference between straight plagiarism and following trends, and I do think people always get that wrong. And I don't think that that's this guy. It's just like free mental health resources. Why, Buckle? Why are you making it free? Monetize it. I unironically, I think he says it in this video. He turned down like a huge BetterHelp, which again, BetterHelp, you can, mileage may vary and shit like that. But it's like, he turned down a huge sponsorship. Now this was before this contractual obligation thing, but like, at a certain point, why aren't you focused on your kids? You have kids, focus on them. Like, fucking make money for your kids. You're talking about generational.
He would have got tons of heat if he did a BetterHelp sponsorship too, though. You know,
probably. I mean, I think that's the other. Maybe this is just me. This is the problem I have with like some of these people. It's like, be honest. Hey, if I take a sponsorship, you have no reason to buy into it.
Yeah. BetterHelp sucks. I respect anyone who rejects them. Sorry, if BetterHelp offers me fucking $4,000, you bet I'm gonna talk about how great it is.
Like if BetterHelp goes, so Falgi, I know your channel, the op block is really, really small, but we're offering you $10K to do it.
Dude, you'd be stupid for not taking that.
Yeah, it's because you gotta think about it too. Like it pays like, and I think that's the thing, and this is where I feel like this guy got overzealous. Like it pays for things, and maybe mentioning that like email list thing, maybe he used the upfront contractual money to pay for that, which is noble. I'll give him that. It's noble.
I am so tired of YouTubers. Like Innuendo Studios did this too, where he was like dogging on someone for being like, "Meh, meh, 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 you have 7 ads in a video."
Yes.
I am so tired of this. It is such an old school mentality to be like, I just do videos because I want to make like a difference or like that is actually ridiculous behavior. Okay, like this is a business. You should be able to make, obviously you should make discerning business decisions, right? I'm not just saying take every single Tom, Dick, and Harry sponsorship who comes to you, right? And I understand the scruples with BetterHelp, right? But these guys are like deciding to not put a lot of ads under videos. These guys are deciding not to take fucking Raid Shadow Legends sponsorships. And then they go, I'm poor and I have no money. And it's just like, I'm sorry, but I can't really muster up a lot of sympathy for someone who's like willingly deciding to not take money when there's all this money that's being left on the table just for you to take it. You know, like this guy is not taking money that was on the table. By the way, if he took a BetterHelp sponsorship, easily, like fucking easily, that could have capped 10 grand. Easily. Like there's no fucking way it wouldn't. He's a 1 million sub YouTuber. You think he could parlay for like money that much? Like it's ridiculous.
You could probably parlay for fucking more because it's
I know,
also
yeah.
he's a 1 million sub YouTuber whose ethos is productivity and better mental health. Now again, yes, fuck BetterHelp. I completely get it. Don't get me wrong. But like I think that there's also this weird disconnect because you are now begging your audience to pay you out of debt. And let me be very real. I think there's a reason he took the video down. And when he says financially targeted, I'm pretty sure he did this without consulting his lawyer.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that is a very bad thing because if you are openly saying X, like if you're insinuating X company fucked me on a contract and people will have to scrounge around and figure out that this 1.1 million sub YouTuber got fucked by a business that he's contractually
him
obligated
even talking
with.
about the contract sounds like he's
Yep. Like he may have to spend that fucking money in legal fees now.
like we say this with people who've gone nuclear in the comments of a YouTuber just because of a BetterHelp sponsor. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I've seen that. I mean, I've heard very middling to mixed things about BetterHelp, not sponsored. But you know, if they offered me a lot of money, I might say something else.
Yeah, I mean, like, there's a reason BetterHelp existed. There's a reality that there's a lack of mental health resources. Like, listen, not to be Fauci, there's a lack of mental health resources. There's a lack of availability of mental health resources. Your insurance doesn't always cover it. Let's be real. If you're going online to get fucking e-therapy, you know your fucking mileage is going to vary. Like, you do know
Yeah,
that.
you know what you'd have to, unless you're like God's most gullible person, but they're not going to bridge to sell you, right?
I mean, you don't have to have a bridge. These two people got their fucking debt paid off.
Yeah,
So,
I know. They
there's a
literally
sucker born every minute.
there was no upend on that for anybody.
Yeah.
It helped my mental health. They gave me a 10K sponsor.
Fuck it. I would say that. I'd be like, guys, BetterHelp really helped me mentally. They gave me money.
I wish they would agree to that, but I can't imagine they would ever say yes to that.
No, they'd never say yes.
That always makes me think of like the Come Town clip where Nick Mullen's talking about how they they took the blue chew before Hamas flew over on the paragliders.
Okay. This is an off-topic thing, but sometimes Sponsorships are funny though. I watched a recent internet anarchist video on the whole Bentelect thing, and he had a sponsorship to help you on international flights, and I
Ain't
fucking
no way.
died.
Holy
I died.
shit.
He had a fucking
That's
ad read
fucking
for
hilarious.
flights. I died. I died for like a good 3 minutes.
But yeah, I can't like, it's like contractual stuff is so, don't like I know it's so simple to say, but really paying the retainer for a contract attorney is going to be so cheap in comparison to like exploding your entire life, or paying for an accountant is going to be so worth the amount of money you pay. I know these are really simple things, but I think an entire generation of people grew up assuming these things are out of reach, and they're not.
They're not. And listen, I don't know this guy. I don't watch this guy's content, but the drugs story makes less sense than him fucking up with a contract. Like, I don't think that the Australian mob is coming at him because his meth debt is too high. I legitimately think he fucking put too much money into
Granted,
bullshit.
that would make a really great retrospective video on a YouTube channel, but
what's that? There's a show called like Mr. In Between or something like that I believe is a little bit like that. But like, yeah, no, I honestly don't think it's drugs. I could tee ha ha on it, but I legitimately everything points to pink sauce lady issues.
yeah, this just, I can't see it being another. Hey, at least it's not back taxes. Quite literally, not paying your taxes is just like either
that's a cell phone.
Yeah, it's like either a conscientious decision you made, or you're like actually stupid.
Listen, I'm gonna be real. Since they spent all their money on fucking like causes and things like that, they 100% don't believe in the government. Like, that's what it fucking feels like. It feels like they do not believe in the government. They're tankies. Like, they're at best tankies and at worst fucking insane people. Free bleeding for everybody, I guess.
Life, or people who want a better life. And part of that involves a great deal of trust that people have, or like, that I build. And so like, for example, last year, I got offered a 100K sponsorship from BetterHelp. Friggin'
Okay, 100K from BetterHelp.
100K.
Okay, you know what? My sympathy just ran out like that.
I knew this was coming. 100K.
Oh my god. I'm sorry. I will take any sponsor. I don't give a shit what you people feel. Let it be known right now. I will be a shill for whatever company, and you're all gonna fucking suck it up. All right? Suck it up, bitch. Because if BetterHelp came to me right now and said, "Do you want 100 grand?" I'd say yes. My student loan debt would be paid. Fuck you. Drive off a cliff.
Not even just that. You could do so much with that money. You could do, guys. If we had 100K, Diesel could sell one more coffee. He can finally do the pods.
100 grand is such a life-changing amount of money. Holy shit!
And it's not even that. It's life-changing.
I'm sorry. This guy was so worried about his audience retaliating against him. He turned down $100,000. If the parasocial relationship goes both ways, that's how crazy it is. Okay.
Listen, I said this. There are two things I say. There's two things I say on my platform, so nobody can ever say I never said it out loud. It's if I take a sponsorship and it's a lot of money, mileage may vary, right? I may not believe in it, but they're paying good money. The second one is if you're a consenting fan and we fucking go to a bar and shit happens, don't expect a relationship afterwards. You're of age, I don't give a fuck. Like, listen, you're over like 20, fucking shit happens, we go our separate ways.
All right. Me, same thing he said, but for me.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, I think that's what it is like, you're absolutely correct. It's like, with the video essayists, they don't have the same relationship with their fans, so they're far more afraid of them. This was, this is something I thought about, and like, why did neither of them make, like, a live stream? Why did neither of them do like a big fundraising thing with like their old content and stuff like that? Like there are so many ways that you could do this that you could have made literal content out of. This guy's this guy's got a like a million sub channel. Why like unironically, why aren't you doing classes? Why aren't you getting paid to speak at events?
Oh my god, I'm absolutely floored. I can't get past 100 grand. Chat, I know that if I take a fucking sponsor like that on my main channel, my audience is gonna rip me to shreds. So I just want you to know that I don't fucking care. All right, that amount of money is worth it. Fuck you, I'm going to the bank. Fuck you.
Oh, Raytheon, I'm here, buddy. Raytheon! do you want to bomb children sometimes, Raytheon?
Listen, fans. If I hook up with you, it's a one night stand. I don't give a shit. Bada bada bing, bada boom. This is outrageous. I cannot believe this. That's crazy. I'm trying to put that through my head. It's like,
and this is a guy you watched, right?
Yeah, I had a big productivity kick, right? So like,
yeah, I remember that a couple months ago, right?
Yeah. I like, my life was a mess, chat. Unironically, unironically, the productivity tube, there is like a good point to it, right? Because it got me to start taking notes. It got me to like journal. It got me to like clean up my space. It got me to donate a bunch of my clothes to charity, right? It got me to do a bunch of really healthy things. Right. And then I stopped watching it because I was like, not really interested. And like, I'd occasionally check it on the content, right? Like a Matt Diavella or like a Thomas Frank doesn't even make content anymore because he parlayed into like a Notion business, right? And, you know, this guy was like interesting because he's like a creative and he like deals with like attention deficit issues and yada yada. So that's what made him like interesting. But I didn't really like keep up. But then I saw that video about him like being in debt, and I'm like, I don't fucking care. And I like went on with my day. I didn't click on it, right? Because it's not really content I'm interested in. But like, I just can't imagine. I can't imagine being so afraid of your audience that you turn down 6 figures. And again, there will come a day when I take a sponsorship from a company that some of you hate. Because some of them do suck, I will admit. Some of them are pretty good. Some of them aren't that good. I do use some YouTube sponsors in my daily life. I've used one for years. I won't say what it is, but I have. Just know that they're paying me money to say it, and that I don't care.
Honey, I know you're on the back foot right now, but I'll delete my video on you if you pay me money. What video? It never existed. Honey is the best. Sue Honey? Fuck you, Legal Eagle, you piece of shit. You ambulance chaser. Leave my honey alone.
If Honey gave me like 200K to be like, listen, we're really great, I'd be like, oh shit. Honey gives me so many coupons. I've saved so much money with Honey. I'm $200,000 richer.
I would do it like, you know how people do gambling streams? I would do a Honey stream and fucking buy things live on Honey for 24 hours.
BetterHelp offered me 100 grand, dude, for like, I think it was like 5-6 videos of a sponsorship. But like, I don't know. It just felt so exploitative. So,
dude, it literally went from like he would have gotten money from BetterHelp, a company that is, you know, reasonably possibly exploitative, or you could just cut out the middleman and take all the money from your audience. It's just like, I really feel like the social capital loss from pooling your audience is worse. But the thing is I think people feel it's altruistic to give a YouTuber in debt money. I don't know why. I just feel like that's the general takeaway from audiences. Not this audience, like, but audiences in general for most tubers.
It's just so insane because it's just like, okay, like real talk. We're gonna get the fucking leftist for a second, and I'm annoyed, but whatever the fuck. I'm not a leftist. I'm a progressive. I fucking hate calling me that the title. Every company is exploitive. Every single one. I don't want to hear that it's not, because guess what? When a coffee company sends you direct shipping mail, it's exploiting its workers. Not the ones that put the fucking, not Diesel putting his little tiny hands into with each coffee bean. Diesel has very tender hands, by the way, chat. You wouldn't know that unless you meet him. But like UPS, fucking Amazon or whatever, it's still exploiting people to get it to you. There's exploitation in at least some part. Now, like with Diesel's company, he tries to minimize that by not doing it on his end, which is why you should go to manapotioncoffee.com. And if you go to checkout with 2 tea tins and you use code strainer, you too can get a free tea strainer. Again, released today. So remember, you get 2 tins of tea and you put code strainer, you too will get a strainer today. But again, like that's the thing. It's like there's always something exploitative within a capitalistic market or in any market, any free market, really. Why are we dying on this fucking hill when like your kids need to eat?
It blows my mind. I see more YouTubers pass over like dollars to pick up dimes than in like you should see how little shits people give in like the actual film industry, okay? Like it's absolutely outrageous how immoral some people are.
Listen, fuck it. Russia, I know Tim Pool got, but listen, I'm not political. I'll fucking learn the dos vidanya. I'll fucking, where's my activation code?
I'll be smiling next to Steven Seagal, man. Shit. It's hard out here for a brother. Like, damn.
Yeah, shit. It's so fucking annoying.
Said no. This is my Hail Mary. If this doesn't work,
that's
go
fucking
bankrupt. Which I know can work.
I feel like maybe going bankrupt could be fun, you know. I mean, Donald Trump's done it a bunch of times. He's all right, you know.
Yeah.
Like maybe it's like a fresh start, you know. You know, when you're like spring cleaning.
Oh my god, that's fucking insane.
Who is the Italian? He is so soy-based.
I do.
Assets. So if you, I don't know, if you feel like helping, that would be freaking awesome. If you feel like criticizing,
no, you decided to turn down $100,000. No, you deserve 0 of my dollars.
Yeah, again, these are poor financial decisions. Again, this is obviously for Innuendo Studios. I want to see your tax reports, like straight the fuck up. I want to see all your tax reports. I want to see where you fucked up. I want to see your earnings. This is the thing. If you are leveraging the social capital to get money from your audiences, you need to show me receipts. Like, legitimately. This is the same thing where people got mad at Gerard the Completionist because, they found out that his charity was just hoarding the money but never spent it, which is equally fucking weird. Just because they didn't spend it doesn't mean that it's not fucking weird and not fraud.
this, please don't. I'm in a pretty vulnerable spot right now.
Don't criticize this. I'm in a vulnerable spot. This feels like bait, dude.
It is.
I want to do this for the rest of my life, and right now I have a gigantic thing blocking that, and that is this debt. It's not your responsibility, I know that, and I'm not trying to make anybody pay for my mistakes, but this one mistake feels so... it just feels like a runaway train, man. And yeah, I don't know. That's all I got to say. Yeah. Thanks. I don't know, man. Guess I'll say catcha. Gotcha. Thanks.
What a terrible thing to put at the end of your fucking video.
Oh boy.
Yes. And now, if you want, there is one singular 3-minute supplemental content.
Sure.
So, do you know who Card Posting is?
Yes.
So Card Posting, we won't watch Card Posting's first video. It's like 4 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
But Card Posting mogs these motherfuckers so hard. Now, Card Posting's first video is about saying these YouTubers, specifically it was about Innuendo Studios, hate the 9-to-5 workers and you should hate them back. This is incredibly exploitative and the left is super mega stupid. Then he makes this video.
if you follow my videos,
I feel like card posting could program a mean computer.
Yeah, he's a journalist, if I remember correctly, over there.
you probably already know that yesterday I did a spiel about how Ian Danskin,
Dude, you know
of
that he'd
Innuendo
just go
Studios,
really hard on
recently
a
took to
guitar.
YouTube to moan about how he got himself in deep
Compliment wise, you might
debt by
actually
doing
see
an
that.
hour of content a year and not
That's a
paying his
compliment.
taxes. And now he's been bailed out bigly thanks to his breadtube buddies treating this like a sob story and not the actions of an idiot getting what's coming to him. I don't think someone in his position deserves the now $150,000 and counting he's getting.
Dude, you got A10 eyes.
He does. He does, man. Card posting. I said card posting. If you see this, I say this with all the love in the world because I actually do like your. I don't agree with all of his takes, but I actually do like his content. He does look like the time they made the Joker who like wore a face.
That's
If
fucking
this is the
mean.
game, I'll play it too. I've
No, it's
also just
not.
made a GoFundMe page, which I'll link to at the top of the description. Over there, I've described how I paid my own way for all my education, I work a real full-time job and for less than the median wage, and have still found plenty of time to do literally 100 times more scripted YouTube content than he has the past 4 years. In fact,
He's
I live in
100%
a
correct.
100 square
He
foot rebuilt
is!
farmhouse because I sure as hell couldn't afford an upmarket suburban apartment like he does. And I've been an actual real-life lefty organizer for about a decade now, not just a liberal internet dilettante either.
Oh God, I love him.
So if Ian Danskin meets the threshold for deserving some public assistance, then frankly I do too. I'm asking for no more than $5,000 Australian to help me move somewhere unambiguously fit for human habitation in a less rural location where I could actually find another, more remunerating job, more in line with my skills and qualifications. I want to see all the anxious libs who defend Danskin and his ilk put their money where their mouths are. Come help someone with significantly less, who sure as hell works a lot harder in every possible respect, and who hasn't already blown away a good thing and just wants to beg for more to waste. Again, my GoFundMe is linked at the top of the description. All the details are over there. And now, I'll explicitly ask anyone who's ever covered my stuff before to give this video some visibility. You know who you are. Please help me get the word out.
Now I want
got
you.
a favorite
Now, when this is finished, you're gonna go to his GoFundMe because something really funny happens.
reaction streamer, please ask them to watch this. If you're on social media, spread the word. Spam this video everywhere if you want. And if you're one of the dozen or so guys who comes to every one of my videos to comment, sneed, or you're running that Kiwi Farms thread about me where you can't decide if I'm cool or not, here's a job for you. I want this video on Joshua Moon's weekly show. Hop to it.
Oh
And
my god.
On GoFundMe, when you donate,
Wait for it
you
though.
can leave a little comment on the page for everyone else to see. If you do decide to throw $1 my way, please leave a comment saying what your political label is, just in a word or two. I just want to see something. I just want to know who is helpful. Thanks, and stay safe out there.
No, let's go to his GoFundMe. Go to his GoFundMe because it's hilarious. Now,
Frustrated
first off,
young man. Like,
you,
oh, yeah.
you will see that is not a current photo of card posting. Just go down to the donations. Mr. Moon and if you go to the description, he mogs them in the description. It's actually hilarious.
Hello, my name is John Card. I am a 25-year-old. I work full-time, albeit for less than a national median wage, as a historical researcher, remotely having completed my master's degree in history remotely last year. I live alone in New South Wales, Australia. In a once abandoned 2-room farmer's hut I restored to modest habitability by myself by hand. In any given month, my only typical expenses necessities are food, electricity, and water, and the occasional home repair. I've never spent on luxury items. I don't drink, don't smoke, don't do drugs, don't gamble. Paid my own way through tertiary education with an intermittent seasonal work as I studied, and have no outstanding debts. In my time not working, I enjoy reading widely, playing music on the guitar and keyboard, sewing, drawing, papier-mâché modeling, hiking, cultivating native wildflowers, woodwork. Oh my god, this guy's absolutely blowing the fuck out of the water.
Yes, he did.
And every by the way, yeah, that's another thing that I've said before. Every time a YouTuber is like, I work a lot, I do no, they just don't know how to manage their time. They just don't know how to manage their time, and they just fucking waste a bunch of it online doing nothing. God. Making YouTube and videos informed by my almost decade-old interest in non-hierarchical community and organizing activism. However, despite my employment and frugal lifestyle, the cost of living and ever-worsening economic conditions generally mean that I, like many working people, is struggling. Okay, so he did this, and
people have been paying into it so far.
Mr. Moon sent me, here's $20 to help you move out of your cuck shed and buy some conditioner for your gorgeous hair. P.S. If you ever change your pronouns to she, her, you owe me a refund.
He fucking mogged them. He mogged everybody, and like people are not paying for this. And it's so fucking hilarious because it's like, this is a guy that just said, "Put your money where your mouth is, libs." Jesus Christ.
Esoteric oligarchist. Okay. Oh my god. The right to far right, depending on the topic. Chud Logic and Joshua. Oh my god. Dude, $200. And they're ad prim. Oh my god. That's based. This is so based.
He mogged the fuck out of them.
Yeah, man.
Cat, we need to get this man up. We need to get him. We need to get him that 5K.
Unironically, like, damn, dude. You know, Chad, if there's one thing to take away from this, it's that sometimes you got to be a little amoral and just make some money. All right. Because you ain't gonna make money posting cuck video essays. And Prim, $200 donation. Well, they don't need any money in that society. It's a barter system. You know, he thought $200 is worth one cow. That's $200 he didn't spend on his glasses because he lives in a mud hut cave.
He's like, listen. It's okay. I write with my own shit. You don't need to worry about.
Dude, how do you even use a computer? That's not Ann Prim. When you go to the library to do that?
Yeah. Well, he doesn't need to pay for the library card.
You know what's funny? Chat, Fauci was like, I'm not going to stream today. And this motherfucker just was actually sliding his way onto this one.
Yeah. Go subscribe to the Op Block. I know we have an entire. I know it's not even a crossover. These are just our viewers.
This is crazy.
But you know, I listen. Having fun with you is what I do.
Well, that's tonight's stream, people. Get the fuck out of here, I guess. Oh yeah, buy Mana Potion Coffee. Go to manapotioncoffee.com and buy 2 teas. And then if you buy 2 teas and use code Strader at checkout, you get a free Strader. And yeah, and good night.
Fucking asshole.